email that says from Jennifer O'Neill that says, that's the director of the Office of Management and Budget, that says your invitation for an emergency committee meeting on April 24th, 2024 is acknowledged. Please note, however, that due to Governor Bryan's enactment of an emergency, of an energy state of emergency, we respectfully decline and will not be appearing. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Just wanted to make sure I read that into the record. Thank you, Ms. Russell. At the appropriate time today, the committee members will make the appropriate decision with regards to the no-show of the government, because we are of the opinion that it is important for the people of the Virgin Islands to know what's happening with their dollars. So we'll make the appropriate decision. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Pursuant to the 35th Legislature's Rule 309, C2, the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will hold an emergency meeting on Wednesday, April 24th, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Official agenda. The committee will receive testimony on the current financial crisis of the VI Water and Power Authority resulting in the territory-wide power outages. Invited testifiers, Mr. Andrew Smith, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority. Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance. Mr. Douglas Cush, Chief Executive Officer, Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, VI Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Tina Commission Esquire, Chief Executive Officer, Governor R. L. Snyder Hospital and Medical Center. Mr. Roger Merritt, Chief Executive Officer, VI Waste Management Authority. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we know why we're here today. As noted in the agenda, the committee will receive testimony on the current financial crisis of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, which has resulted in the territory-wide power outages. Please mark Senator Giovanni James Sr. as present. Oh, he was there? Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry. Again, I'm going to say good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to all Virgin Islanders, and good morning to those individuals that are here with us in the well, and good morning to my colleagues. Can y'all hear me? Okay. We have this morning the individuals who we've invited, and we're going to ask them to please put their name and titles on the record, please. I am not seeing the Chief Executive Officer for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Senator Gregory, I am here virtually.
You're here virtually.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to start with the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Please put your name and title on the record.
Andy Smith, Chief Executive Officer and Executive
We are
Director of
not
the Virgin
hearing you.
Islands Water and Power Authority.
Could you, media, can you please turn up the volume? We're unable to hear Mr. Smith. Could you try that again, please?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
A little better.
I'm Andy Smith, Andrew L. Smith, the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
And who's here with you?
I have Ashley Bryan, who's Chief Operating Officer of Electric.
Ms. Bryan, can you please put your name and title on the record?
Good morning. Ashley Bryan, Interim Chief Operating Officer for Electric Systems for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
All right.
Ms. Lorraine Kelly, who's Chief Financial Officer.
Ms. Kelly,
Good morning, Lorraine.
could you please recognize the mics of the testifiers? Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer.
You have to speak into the mic. We're unable to hear you.
Good morning, Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
All right.
And I also have Attorney Dion Sinclair, our General Counsel.
Oh, she's not in the well. So if we need her, we will call her up. Mr. Roger Merritt, who represents the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
I do.
Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director, Waste Management Authority.
And Mr. Merritt is where today?
I'm the Acting Executive Director. Mr. Merritt was on leave.
Oh, he's on leave? Okay. Very well. So please let Mr. Merritt know that when he's not coming or attending Senate meetings and sending a representative, he should send a letter advising us of that. Okay?
Will do.
Thank you. Who represents the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital? Oh,
I do.
I forgot that. 1 second. Who's here with you, Mr.
Darrell Griffith.
Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Roy Schneider Hospital.
A pleasant good morning. Tina Cummins-Young, Chief Executive Officer, Schneider Regional Medical Center.
And who's attending with you?
With me is Mr. Jordan Wathen. He is our Senior Vice President.
Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President, Financial Services for Schneider Regional Medical Center.
All right. Do we have everyone? We have to go to St. Croix. Media, I need to see the St. Croix screen. We have Mr. Douglas Cook, the Chief Executive Officer of the Wang F. Louis Hospital.
Good morning, Senator Doug Cook, Chief Executive Officer, Juan F. Louis Hospital, and with me is Chris Lewis.
Chris Lewis
Good morning,
is-
Chris Lewis, Senior Vice President of Financial Services for Juan F. Louis Hospital.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone else that need to put their name and title on the record? No. All right, thank you. So we are going to start with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I'm going to ask that Mr. Andrew Smith please begin with his testimony.
Good morning, Senator Frank Gregory. Can you hear me okay?
Please proceed.
I am Andrew L. Smith, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, which I may refer to as WAPA or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honorable Chair, Senator Fred Gregory, as well as other members of the Senate present for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss WAPA's current financial crisis and associated recent rotating power outages. In transparency and disclosure, reference was made in yesterday's press conference to information that the legislature has requested about WAPA and not received.
Mr.
WAPA
Smith,
has not.
Mr. Smith, we
Yes.
are. We're having a hard time hearing you. You either have to come closer to your device or.
Is this better?
Yes. Yeah, and
Okay.
you know. Go ahead.
Yes. Reference was made in yesterday's press conference to information that the legislature has requested about WAPA and not received. WAPA has not received any request for information since its last appearance before this body, but we are providing a packet of financial information today. If there is additional information regarding WAPA's financial position desired by the legislature, please let the authority know what information is being sought, and WAPA stands ready to provide that information. Where is WAPA's money spent? Before addressing the current financial crisis at WAPA, I want to describe WAPA's typical monthly revenue and expenses. WAPA manages a budget just like any household. An individual earns money for doing a job, and the money earned must cover rent, food, water, medicine, and other necessities of life. Any monies left over can be spent on other things. In the case of WAPA and its cash flow, WAPA typically collects $21 to $23 million each month in cash from its customers. And the rate that WAPA charges its customers is WAPA's only source of cash. WAPA's monthly fuel bill is typically $16 to $18 million. So approximately 80% of WAPA's cash is spent to pay for fuel each month. After paying for fuel, WAPA pays its employees, which cost approximately $2.5 million per month. The combination of fuel and payroll consumes approximately 90% of WAPA's cash each month. The remaining amount of cash, or approximately $2.5 million, must satisfy all WAPA's other financial obligations. WAPA's other large obligations include payments to Seven Seas Water, who makes drinking water, and charges approximately $1.1 million per month. Agreco, who leases generation to WAPA on St. Croix, and charges approximately $800,000 per month. And debt service, which is approximately $2.8 million per month. In addition, WAPA must weigh payments to other vendors for various goods and services. Turning to the current financial crisis. The financial crisis at WAPA has been precipitated by three primary events. One, an increase in the cost of propane supply to the territory. Two, non-payment by WAPA's largest customer. And three, shielding the community from the high cost of electricity. Cost of propane supply. As I described, WAPA's largest cost is paying for fuel, which accounts for approximately 70 to 80% of total cost. The cost that WAPA pays for propane consists of two components: the cost of the propane itself and the cost to transport propane to the territory. The cost of propane is based on the market price for propane, which fluctuates. The cost of transportation of the propane to the territory is contractual. That rate was 38 cents per gallon prior to the suspension of propane supply to the territory in late 2022. When propane supply resumed to the territory in early 2023, that transportation rate was increased to 68 cents per gallon, an increase of 80%. The cost of transportation of propane to the territory was increased again in January 2024 to 71 cents per gallon. So a total increase of 87% versus the 38-cent legacy contractual rate. The cost of propane to the territory, transportation to the territory at 38 cents per gallon is approximately $2.6 million per month. The cost of propane transportation to the territory at 71 cents per gallon is approximately $4.9 million per month. At the increased rate, WAPA is paying approximately $2.3 million more per month for propane transportation than it was under the legacy contract. To put $2.3 million in context, as I described, WAPA's total monthly revenues are approximately $21 to $23 million. So over 10% of the revenue it collects from customers is consumed by this higher cost. The increased transportation cost has been borne by WAPA for 16 months and totals approximately $37 million. Non-payment by WAPA's largest customer. The central government and government component units are collectively WAPA's largest customer and represent approximately 25% of WAPA's total revenue. The payment performance of WAPA's largest customers started to deteriorate in June of 2023, and the amount of past due payments owed to WAPA for previously provided electric and water service reached $24.2 million at the end of February 2024. The outstanding past due balance has not changed materially since then. To put the impact of non-payment in context, I noted earlier in my testimony that WAPA's typical monthly revenue is approximately $21 to $23 million. The amount owed by WAPA's largest customer exceeds more than 1 month of the authority's total revenue. WAPA converts over 98% of the amounts billed to non-government customers in cash. That is primarily because WAPA disconnects service for non-payment. WAPA has taken similar steps to try and address non-payment by its largest customer. WAPA cannot disconnect customers that provide critical service to the territory, the hospital, for example. However, WAPA did issue disconnection notices to government agencies that do not directly impact health, safety, and welfare. That has resulted in some additional collection. Shielding the territory from the high cost of electricity. WAPA's residential rate charged to customers is 41 cents per kilowatt hour. Its true cost of producing electricity is 55 cents per kilowatt hour. As a result, WAPA loses money on every kilowatt hour of electricity that it sells. That is partly due to the inefficiency of some of WAPA's generation, which I will describe later in my testimony. However, WAPA's high production cost is also due to the market price of fuel. For example, diesel is 79% more expensive today than it was at the beginning of 2021, and propane is 9% more expensive than it was at the beginning of 2021. Prices for both commodities were already elevated at the beginning of 2021, so the price increases just referenced are versus a starting point that was already relatively high. WAPA has not passed any of these costs through to customers. If WAPA passed its true costs through to its customers, the average customer would pay approximately $750 more per year for electricity. WAPA also held its rates flat when almost every other utility in the Caribbean increased. Caribbean over the past 3 years have averaged 46%. WAPA's rate is Caribbean peers. WAPA shielded its customers from the high cost of fuel in part with support from the government of the Virgin Islands. However, that fuel support ended in June of 2020. Higher cost versus Caribbean. Public disclosure of WAPA's financial distress.
Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Smith,
Yes?
I'm going to ask that you ask Ms. Bryan to read your testimony because we are struggling on this in the Virgin Islands to hear what you're saying. So,
I will forward that testimony
yes,
to her.
okay,
and
we
be able
need to, we
include-
can't hear you.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I will have that to her in just a minute.
The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Ms. Bryan, you may proceed from non-payment by WAPA's largest customer.
Ashley Bryan, reading on behalf of Mr. Smith. The central government and government component units are collectively WAPA's largest customer and represent approximately 25% of WAPA's...
You have to speak in the mic. Pull the mic to you. Yes.
Collectively, WAPA's largest customer...
Pull the mic to your mouth. Yeah. Bring it to you.
There?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Collectively, WAPA's largest customer and represent approximately 25% of WAPA's revenue. The payment performance of WAPA's largest customer started to deteriorate in June 2023, and the amount of past due payments owed to WAPA for previously provided electric and water services reached $24.2 million at the end of February 2024. The outstanding past due balance has not declined materially since then. To put the impact of non-payment in context, I noted earlier in my testimony that WAPA's typical monthly revenue is approximately $21 million. The amount owed by WAPA's largest customer exceeds more than 1 month of the authority's total revenue. WAPA converts over 98% of the amounts billed to non-government customers into cash. This is primarily because WAPA disconnects service for non-payment. WAPA has taken similar steps to try and address non-payment by its largest customer. WAPA cannot disconnect customers that provide critical services to the territory, the hospitals, for example. However, WAPA did issue disconnection notices to government agencies that do not directly impact health, safety, and welfare. That has resulted in some additional collections. Shielding the territory from the high cost of electricity. WAPA's residential rate charged to customers is 41 cents per kilowatt hour. Its true cost of producing electricity is 55 cents per kilowatt hour. As a result, WAPA loses money on every kilowatt hour of electricity that it sells. That is partially due to the inefficiency of some of WAPA's largest generation, which I will describe later in my testimony. However, WAPA's high production cost is also due to the market price of fuel. For example, diesel is 79% more expensive today than it was at the beginning of 2021, and propane is 9% more expensive than it was at the beginning of 2021. Prices for both commodities were already elevated at the beginning of 2021, so the price increases just referenced are versus a starting point that was already relatively high. WAPA has not passed any of these costs through to customers. If WAPA passed its true cost through to its customers, the average customer would pay approximately $750 more per year for electricity. WAPA held its rates flat when almost every other utility in the Caribbean increased rates. Rate increases across the Caribbean over the past 3 years have averaged 46%. WAPA's rate is currently about average among its peers. WAPA shielded its customers from the high cost of fuel in part with support from the government of the Virgin Islands. However, that fuel support ended in June 2023. WAPA has absorbed its higher costs versus its rates since then. Public disclosure of its financial stress. It's crucial to convey the gravity of WAPA's financial situation while also emphasizing the proactive steps taken. The authority has been transparent about the financial challenges for months, both in public statements as well as in private meetings. For example, the authority met with members of the 35th legislature in December last year to outline the amounts owed to the authority from the government. However, the severity of our predicament might not have been fully conveyed despite the authority's efforts. The authority foresaw this difficulty coming as was seeking a collective sense of urgency to avert the current situation, which now threatens the stability and resilience of the electric grid across the territory. It's important to note that we've been proactive in our conversations with this body, our stakeholders, and our customers. Despite these efforts, the authority finds itself in a critical position. Moving forward, we remain committed to addressing these challenges head-on and working collaboratively to navigate through these financial difficulties. Recent rotating power outages. WAPA cannot spend money that it does not have. Starting in the second half of last year, WAPA had to increasingly defer vendor payments in favor of making payments for basic operating expenses. The strategy to defer payments was in anticipation of two key strategic initiatives being completed by the end of last year. One, the closing of the acquisition of the propane supply infrastructure from VTOL, and two, the new Wardzilla generators coming online on St. Thomas. The completion of both initiatives was delayed, as I will describe later in my testimony. As WAPA's cash was depleted, two events led to rotational power outages last week. St. Thomas diesel supply. WAPA deferred payment for a supply of diesel for St. Thomas to be able to pay for a shipment of propane when it did not have enough cash to pay for both at the same time. Rotating outages on St. Thomas would not have been necessary just because of the delayed payment for diesel. However, bad weather moved into the territory, leaving the diesel barge unable to leave port from Puerto Rico. Before the weather improved and the barge was able to sail to St. Thomas, WAPA was forced to enter a rotation outage schedule on St. Thomas that commenced at noon on Friday, April 12th, and ended mid-morning on Sunday, April 14th. WAPA took these steps proactive to prevent longer, more widespread outages district-wide, while prioritizing electric service for essential community services like the hospitals. St. Croix lease generation. WAPA has 4 generators on St. Croix, one of which WAPA leases from Agreco. The Agreco generators represent about 50% of the generation WAPA uses during most hours of the day when WAPA has 2 generators online. However, WAPA needs 3 generators online to meet peak electricity demand during certain hours of the day. One of WAPA's 4 generators, Unit 19, is temporarily out of service for maintenance, so WAPA currently only has 3 available generators on St. Croix. The Agreco lease payment is one of WAPA's larger fixed costs and was a payment that WAPA was deferring in order to pay for fuel, payroll, and debt service. In response to the growing past due balance, Agreco notified WAPA that it would suspend service for non-payment. WAPA had no ability to pay, and service was suspended at 5 p.m. on Monday, April 15th. WAPA had to start rotating outages during peak demand hours, with only 2 remaining operating generators available. This schedule of rotating outages was also undertaken to ensure that essential services were not impacted. Government House contacted Agreco on Thursday, April 18th, and Agreco returned the generators to service on the morning of Friday, April 19th. A path to sustainability, but repeatedly delayed. WAPA has a plan to right-size its cost structure so that it can live within its regulated rate. 2 key strategic initiatives that have the most significant impact are the closing of the acquisition of the propane supply infrastructure from VTOL and the Wardzilla generation coming online in St. Thomas. Acquisition of the propane supply infrastructure from VTOL. The application for grant funding for the acquisition of the propane supply infrastructure has been with HUD since June 2023, and WAPA continues to work with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority on completing the process for grant funding. However, grant funding keeps getting delayed despite efforts by the authority to advance the process. Placing the Wardzillas in service on St. Thomas. The new Wardzilla project on St. Thomas, funded by a grant from HUD, was close to completion when Wardzilla demanded payment of $15 million for change orders. If it was not paid, Wardzilla told WAPA it would stop work on the project. WAPA had already agreed to some of the change orders, was requesting documentation on other change orders, and was disputing some change orders. That was part of WAPA's regular due diligence to ensure that the territory was receiving value for its investment. WAPA's due diligence was also because a portion of the requested change orders, approximately $5 million, is eligible for HUD reimbursement, but requires the appropriate documentation. WAPA has been in negotiations with Wardzilla about a return to work, and we hope to conclude negotiations soon. However, these negotiations have substantially delayed the project. putting WAPA on a path to sustainability and ultimately rate reduction. These two initiatives alone are expected to save the authority about $5 million per month, or almost 25% of its typical monthly revenue. A monthly savings of $5 million stabilizes WAPA financially and places the authority in a position to live within its currently approved regulated rate. This critical foundational cost savings creates a financially sustainable authority and establishes a platform where additional savings can be captured and can position the authority to reduce its rates. Additional cost savings initiatives include solar and battery storage projects. These are already under construction on St. Croix. Wind energy, the lease for site control has been completed and awaits execution. Replacement of the rented Agreco units with own generation has been identified, but funding needs to be secured. Replacement of inefficient generation on St. Croix with modern, efficient generation. Generation has been identified, but funding needs to be secured. Conversion of Unit 27 on St. Thomas to propane. The equipment has been identified and is available. Funding needs to be secured. Launch of the AMI replacement RFP, currently being reviewed by FEMA. This concludes my testimony. Again, I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss WAPA's current financial situation and its path forward. I would also like to thank the hardworking men and women who work around the clock, regardless of whether daylight or nighttime, in the WAPA family.
Thank you, Ms. Bryan, for your testimony on behalf of Mr. Smith. We're now going to hear from Mr. Sylvester. Are you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Sylvester, could you give me your title again?
Deputy Executive Director.
Deputy Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson, and other committee members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Louis Sylvester, the Authority's Deputy Executive Director, and I appear before you today with the Authority's Chief Financial Officer, Darrell Griffith, on behalf of Roger E. Merritt, Jr., the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, to provide testimony on the outstanding obligation owed by VIWMA to the Water and Power Authority and the challenges in meeting WAPA's obligation. VIWMA currently owes WAPA approximately $3.8 million, 2.316899.64 was paid to WAPA by the Department of Finance for the Agreco on behalf of the VIWMA on April 23, 2024, and the authority's monthly WAPA bill is $200,000. The Office of Management and Budget, as of fiscal year 2024, has set aside $200,000 a month from the VIWMA allotment for WAPA, and these funds are sent directly to the Department of Finance to WAPA. The Governor has pledged to pay VIWMA's outstanding remaining balance owed to WAPA, and once this happens, the authority will continue making monthly payments and be current with WAPA going forward. The authority wants to remind the Senate that it did not pay the WAPA bill because it's still underfunded by nearly $10 million and is working diligently to continue reducing expenses and increasing revenue. The authority's expenses are over $53.1 million, while it receives $40.5 million in government appropriations that include general fund, anti-litter and beautification, tourism advertising revolving fund, and the sewer wastewater fund. The authority will be submitting requests to the Senate and the Public Service Commission for solid waste garbage collection fees and wastewater hauler septage disposal fees. The garbage collection fees are designed to cover the cost of solid waste collected through the territory, i.e. house-to-house, bin sites, convenience centers, etc. The waste hauler septage fee will cover costs associated with businesses transporting septage from their customer to the authority's wastewater treatment plants for processing. The goal of the authority is to oversee solid waste and wastewater operations in a more proactive, maintenance-based manner. However, we must develop the appropriate funding available to support this vision. We are taking the necessary steps towards the goal of self-sufficiency by charging solid waste tipping fees, and a plan for these additional fees will be submitted this fiscal year so the authority can continue creating additional revenue streams. This concludes my testimony. CFO Griffith and I remain available to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sylvester, for your testimony. We're now going to hear from the Chief Executive Officer of the Governor Roy L. Snyder Hospital. You may proceed.
A pleasant good morning, Honorable Chairwoman Senator Fred Gregory, Honorable Senators of the Finance Committee, other Honorable Senators of the 35th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, Schneider Regional Medical Center staff, to the people of the Virgin Islands and the wider listening and viewing audience. I am Tina M. Comisiong, Chief Executive Officer of the Schneider Regional Medical Center. I appear before this committee to present testimony on SRMC's current challenges in meeting its WAPA obligations. SRMC's current payable to WAPA is $2,796,418. While SRMC acknowledges a large arrearage to WAPA, we must first note that it is not all for power and water that was provided to SRMC, for SRMC. The Department of Health occupies a significant percentage of SRMC's Roy Lester Schneider facility and does not have separate metering for its power or water. DOH does not make any contribution towards the SRMC WAPA bill. SRMC is billed in total an average of $379,000 by WAPA for power and water per month. That's broken down as approximately $365,000 for the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital facility on St. Thomas and approximately $14,000 for the Myra Keating Smith facility on St. John. CKCI has a nominal assessment, but as it is currently closed, it has no major impact on the overall WAPA bill. Using the average monthly bill and DOH's 6% spatial usage of the RLSH facility, a monthly contribution of $21,900 for electricity and water is required to cover DOH's overhead. Based on DOH's square footage and usage, they should be paying approximately $262,880 annually towards the WAPA bill. Every month, $275,000 is garnished from SRMC's monthly allotment and paid directly to WAPA on SRMC's behalf. The administration also recently reprogrammed $1 million of ARPA funding that was earmarked for SRMC's retention and IT initiatives to WAPA to pay down the outstanding balance that SRMC has with the utility. SRMC is committed to pay and desires to pay WAPA for the electricity and water that is consumed to take care of the patients of our community. However, SRMC faces significant challenges that prevent the hospital from doing so consistently. As a hospital, SRMC is required by the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, otherwise known as EMTALA, to accept and treat any and everyone who walks through our doors, regardless of their ability to pay. SRMC serves an aged and underinsured demographic here in the territory. Approximately 75% of the patients that we treat are either self-pay or are covered by Medicare or Medicaid, which are both payers that pay less than the cost of care. The self-pay, for which we are unable to collect, despite our diligent attempts at collection, is included in our uncompensated care number. Other payers, such as the Department of Labor's Workmen's Compensation Program, the Bureau of Corrections, the Department of Health, and the Department of Human Services, are slow to pay SRMC for services rendered. These are amounts that SRMC expects to collect for services rendered and are not included in the uncompensated care numbers that we report. If we were to include those numbers and those amounts, the uncompensated care number for SRMC would actually be much higher. Due to the lack of post-acute care facilities, mental health facilities, and post-discharge options in the territory, SRMC is unable to discharge patients and expends tremendous amounts annually to care for boarders, who are patients who remain at the hospital after their acute care is completed because they have nowhere to go. SRMC continues to incur expenses, though, for their care, for their ongoing nursing care, physician care, their supplies to take care of them, their medications, for the electricity and water they consume, and SRMC will receive no reimbursement from Medicaid, Medicare, or commercial payers as they are no longer receiving covered services. The care provided to boarders adds to and is included in the uncompensated care that SRMC reports. Under the federal Medicaid program structure, which requires a cost share of 83% federal, 17% state or local for the U.S. Virgin Islands, the USVI is required to remit payments to the hospital for approved services that are provided to Medicaid beneficiaries. The FY23 Medicaid reimbursement equated to $14,186,406 in approved claims that were paid by the federal government, which then requires a local match of $2,905,649. This amount that's paid to the hospital via the allotment. So the first $2.9 million of the allotment that we receive is not actually a subsidy at all, but is in fact the actual required payment for services rendered to Medicaid beneficiaries under the federal program requirements. The balance of the allotment, as per Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 240H, should cover the local uncompensated care that is provided by the hospital. Uncompensated care is defined in Title 19 of the VI Code, Section 221, as the sum of charity care and bad debt resulting from healthcare services provided by the corporation after due diligence to collect. We understand that contractual adjustments in reimbursement for services based upon an agreement to pay, to include but not limited to Medicaid and Medicare, are not uncompensated care. So SRMC does not include or expect to be paid directly through the allotment for the difference in the cost of the care we provide to patients and the approved Medicare or Medicaid rate for approved services. SRMC's total uncompensated care for FY23 was $31,665,691. Our allotment for FY23 was $28,437,500. And after deducting the portion that covers the federally required Medicaid match, SRMC actually received $25,531,851 towards uncompensated care. SRMC is left to grapple with approximately $3,228,191 of uncompensated care annually, which makes it very difficult to pay the WAPA bill. The monies that SRMC receives annually through the allotment does not fully subsidize the actual care that is provided, and it does not include additional subsidies that would help to account for the disproportionate share of underpayments that SRMC receives from Medicare and Medicaid, and also does not subsidize for the cost of doing business in an aged facility that has lacked investment over the years. The current leadership team, clinical team, and revenue cycle team at SRMC have worked diligently to achieve significant improvement in our collections and revenues. Last year, increasing our collections to $56 million, and this year so far, having collected on our own $34 million, projecting to collect a total of $68 million this year, which represents a 20% increase in collections from our team. We have shown significant success in supplementing our funds by garnering strong community support through the SRMC Foundation. However, without being able to collect the bare minimum to cover the uncompensated care, the funds that we are generating on our own for our daily operations and fundraising activities are stretched thin and often are insufficient for us to pay all of our bills in full, including WAPA. SRMC is then faced with very difficult decisions as to buying blood, drugs, and supplies, and maintaining minimal essential staffing or paying WAPA. We are care providers and lifesavers first, and often the decision has to be to get the blood, drugs, supplies, and staff that we need to provide to patients who present to our hospital for care. Yes, we need electricity to provide care too, and therefore we are not minimizing our obligations to WAPA. If SRMC is able to collect more timely from the other agencies that have monies owed to Schneider Regional, and if they're able to receive reimbursement through the allotment to cover the uncompensated care that's provided, SRMC will in turn be able to pay its bills to WAPA and to other vendors. SRMC certainly does not want to create any burden on the authority that impacts the community, and resolving these two challenges will allow SRMC to pay its bills to WAPA timely. The Schneider Regional Medical Center provides the best patient care possible with its limited resources. SRMC cannot deny medical services to members of the community who need them. Unlike other agencies and instrumentalities, SRMC cannot cut off services or raise rates, as we are locked into the rates that we receive from Medicare, Medicaid, and other payers. And we must be prepared to provide the standard of care that's required of a Joint Commission accredited U.S. facility to everyone who presents at our emergency room, no matter their ability to pay. SRMC has to prioritize our limited available cash to ensure that we pay our almost 600 hardworking, compassionate, and highly skilled employees, and we must make payments to critical vendors who supply us with the drugs, blood, and other items that are required to provide safe patient care. SRMC will continue to do its best in managing the funds that are available, continue to diligently collect for the services that we provide through improving our revenue cycle and collection efforts, and will continue to encourage community support through our foundation. I want to thank all of the dedicated, hardworking employees of Schneider Regional Medical Center for the work they do every day to take care of our community. We appreciate the support of everyone within the government and within the community who push for healthcare as a priority. We understand that the overall pot is limited and that it is one pot, and we hope that there will be continued prioritization for healthcare, as it's so important to our community and to our economy, and any one of us could need the services of the hospital for ourselves, for our parents, or for our children at any given moment. It is in our collective best interest to support the territory's hospitals, and we sincerely thank everyone that does. We appreciate the support of the executive and legislative branches for SRMC, and we appreciate the supplemental payments that are being made to WAPA on SRMC's behalf from other funds, as that helps reduce SRMC's arrearage to WAPA. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Comisión, for your testimony. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Through the chair, Madam Chair, can we request a copy of exactly what the CEO was reading? Obviously, there were some amendments done to her testimony as I was following, and there's pertinent information there that I would like to have. Thank you.
Thank you. I was about to ask her for it as well. Could you please forward that to the committee, to the email, so we can disperse it to the senators?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator.
And just for the future, when you have testimony and you have to revise it, just say revise and resend it. It's okay to do that. Okay?
Thank you. Will do.
All right. We're now going to... okay, so I want to get through the testifiers. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to get back to the testimonies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's still in regards to page 3 where you mentioned 3 million and in your documentation.
No.
has 6.
Senator
Break it down?
DeGraff, if we're asking questions, allow
Okay.
the process, and then I could allow you the point of
Got you.
information.
Thank you.
So I can go back to you. If you're expecting them to respond, let me just wrap up that, and then we could go. Okay? Good. All right. We're now going to hear from our CEO, the CEO of the Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center, Mr. Douglas Cook. You may proceed, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Douglas Cook, Chief Executive Officer of Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center. It is a privilege to be here today to provide testimony on outstanding obligations owed by JFL to the VI Water and Power Authority, otherwise known as WAPA. To assist with this presentation today is the Senior Vice President of Finance, Christopher Lewis. As you are aware, JFL had the opportunity to give testimony a few weeks ago on April 3rd, 2024, to the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. During that testimony, we detailed the financial struggles of JFL. Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital fully acknowledges that over the past several years, we have been unable to pay our full obligations to WAPA. We acknowledge the importance of paying off all of our debts to all of our vendors, such as WAPA. However, we are facing a financial crunch, and our revenues fall short of supporting all of our expenses. We have been working closely with WAPA and other vendors to come up with payment arrangements that align with our revenue inflows. The Office of Management and Budget allocates $250,000 to WAPA on behalf of JFL monthly. This means JFL is paying WAPA $3 million annually, which is approximately 10% of our GVI allotment. The graphic being displayed is our current monthly invoices from WAPA. As demonstrated, our monthly WAPA bill for JFL ranges from $256,000 to $581,000, with an average monthly expense of $333,000. Exhibit 2 shows JFL's outstanding balance to WAPA from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2024 to date. In December of 2021, JFL conducted a true-up and paid WAPA $1 million to cover our outstanding balance. The addition of JFL North has significantly increased our energy consumption, and we acknowledge our annual payment of $3 million to WAPA is not enough to cover our current expenses. We are committed to working with WAPA to address any outstanding balances and future payments, while also considering all of our vendors and expenses, including critical supplies needed for patient care. The JFL annual budget is $88 million, of which a portion is provided by the GVI through our allotment of $30,250,000. The remaining 66% of our revenue is made up of what we collect for providing healthcare services to this community. We are grateful for the annual appropriations from the legislature. Exhibit 3 shows our annual allotment for the past 8 years versus uncompensated care. As we have testified in the past, it is important to highlight the fact that the cost of delivering care has significantly outpaced the increase in allotments and the revenue collected from other services. While we received a 21% increase in our allotment, we have also seen a 35% increase in uncompensated care since 2015. JFL remains committed to ensuring all vendors are paid while also prioritizing the care for the community of St. Croix. In conclusion, the JFL executive team thanks Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and all committee members for allowing us to provide testimony today. I would also like to thank my team for their contributions to this testimony. As always, we thank the Honorable Governor Albert Ryan Jr. and his team for all the support, and to the Board of Directors for their commitment to our hospitals and ongoing dedication. Thank you to the hardworking staff of JFL, their dedication to fulfilling our mission. And finally, thank you to the St. Croix community for the overwhelming support, grace, and love you have shown JFL. We stand by and ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. I think that we've exhausted our testifiers, correct? Okay. Let me just ask WAPA very quickly. Colleagues, we're going to go to I always like to get consensus on the number of minutes. We're going to go to a 7-minute round, okay? Just very quickly, I just want clarification on the non-payment by WAPA's largest customer. You provided the testimony, but you have not shared with us an aging report. Do you have access to your aging report? Because you were very broad in your presentation when you shared, and the amount of past due amounts owed to WAPA for previously provided electric and water services reached $24.2 million. Let me just say for the record, that is news to the legislature. We were not aware of that. In all of the discussions, whether short or long, that has never been shared. At the end of $24.2 million at the end of February 2024, the outstanding past due balances has not declined materially since then. Who owes WAPA from the largest customers in the U.S. Virgin Islands, outside of the semi-autonomous entities who we feel so easily to throw under the bus?
So thank you for that question. Can you hear me better? I switched microphones.
You can proceed.
Okay. So the balance as of March 31st, forgive me, I'm looking at my screen over here on the other side. The total balance owed as of March 31st is just over $23 million. We mentioned the hospitals, certainly. Another significant past due amount owed to us is for consolidated streetlights. For the electricity we provide for streetlights, that amount owed is $3.1 million currently.
1 million?
It's $3,067,336.
I'm not certain why y'all did not provide that information. Please forward to the committee the breakdown of the information. This is why it's so critical for us to have these discussions, because we get half the information. You should have appendix to support, or exhibits to support the amounts that you're laying out here. So
you will have that in your inbox shortly.
Yeah, keep going, proceed.
So highlighting some of the other larger customers. In fact, why don't I ask CFO Kelly, since she's in the well, to actually go through those numbers. She has them as well.
Good morning. This is Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. In regards to the amounts owed from the government, and that includes federal, local government, government single payer, as well as government non-single payer. The total balances owed, as Director Smith just referenced, there is currently a little shy of $500,000 owned by the Army National Guard. There is currently $700,000 owed by the education. There is currently $400,000 owned by...
Let me ask you a question. These amounts are up to what month?
Excuse me, I apologize. I was piggybacking off the reference of Director Smith as of March 31st, 2024.
So those bills are bills that are recent. Is it inclusive of recent amounts?
Yes.
I want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, Madam.
So when would those bills have been paid? When are those bills to be paid? In April?
Yes, those bills were due to be paid in April, and we had received one payment of about $4 million that included the references earlier from Waste Management and the 2 hospitals.
Okay, let's keep going then. So those bills are due in April and you have not received those payments?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. So $5 million $5 million due by the National Guard?
500,000.
500,000, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
May I just reference, are you asking me to read every single customer account individually? Would you like me to do that?
Just the big ones.
The big ones, okay. The federal in total includes for the U.S. Post Office.
Okay, so no, we're not interested in that information.
Okay, fine. Beyond for the...
Well, how much does the U.S. Post Office owe you?
$336,000.
And that's for what? Is that over a series of months or is just a 1-month payment?
That is a 2-month past due.
Okay. Keep going.
Would you like me to reference any of the remaining federal?
No, let's stick with the central government.
Thank you. So in terms of essential government, the Housing Authority balance as of about the end of March was $3.6 million.
The Virgin Islands Housing Authority or Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority?
Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
3.6 million.
Yes, and we provided a disconnect notice for some of their locations, and within 2 days they paid us $1.2 million just recently. So the current balance is owed for the residual of that. The 2.4 million is still owed.
So it's 2.4. Give me what's owed.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
The University of the Virgin Islands is current, but their monthly bill is approximately $443,000 that is owed.
They're current, so don't share with us what's current, what's outstanding.
The Superior Court of the Virgin Islands owes us $367,601.
601. 601. And that's a monthly amount or that's a compounded amount?
That is a compounded amount.
Over what period?
Over past due of 3 months.
3 months. Okay. Superior Court 367,601.
The Bureau of Motor Vehicles, as of March 31, owed us $208,000. That was a past due of 7 months.
Could you give me that number again?
$208,089.
089. Bureau of Motor Vehicle, a central government agency. Go ahead.
And that was past due 7 months.
7 months past due.
The Public Defender's Office owed, as of March 31, $153,153, and that was 26 months past due.
Keep going.
The Housing and Finance Authority, as of March 31, owed $113,962.
And that's compounded over what period?
3 months past due.
3 months. And that's HFA.
The Supreme Court owed $57,998, and that was 3 months past due.
557,998.
And that was 3 months past due.
Okay.
The Lieutenant Governor's Office owed $41,717, and that was 2 months past due.
41,000.
717.
717 and how many months? 2 months?
2 months past due.
Okay.
The Bureau of Audit and Control owed $21,554, and that was 7 months past due.
21,000.
21,554.
And that's 7 months.
7 months past due.
Okay.
The public television system owed $19,994. That was 2 months past due. Megan's Bay Authority owed $8,441. That was 2 months past due.
8,000.
441. The St. Croix Cable TV owed
Oh, no, that's not us.
Okay. Tourism Department is current. just owes us 1 month. The Vocational Education Board, small dollar amount, but it is $1,480, and that is 19 months past due.
The 19 months
past due.
And they owe 1,000 what?
About $1,500. 1,480. The Economic Development and AG, excuse me, that is just a small balance. Let me move on from that. Included within this single pair, the Army National Guard, as of March 31, owed us $781,285, and that is 6 months past due.
Wait, didn't you share that before?
I beg your pardon. I think I rounded it, ma'am. I was just giving you the exact number.
Oh, you said 500. How much is it?
I stand corrected. I apologize. 781,285. And that was 6 months past due as of March.
285?
781,285. And that was 6 months past due as of March 31. The health, which is a combined 43.
Go ahead.
The Department of Health, as of March 31, I'm just going to go down this list and give you.
I want you to pick out the big numbers.
Yes. The Department of Health was 399, 364, and that was 3 months past due. And then all the other single payer accounts are 1 month past due only.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So what's the total? And that comes up to the 23 million? Well, no. What I would have liked to have gotten from you is how much is associated with the local government, the central government agencies, as well as the semi-autonomous entities.
May I break those down in totals for you today?
Yes, you can.
The single payer total owed as of March 31 was 2,527,405.
That's
2,527,405.
So single payer owes you
2,527,405.
405.
Plus, we receive from the Department of Finance and the Office of Management and Budget the street light when they pay that. That amount due was 3.067 million.
So currently, what's outstanding?
They have just paid the single payer approximately, apart from about 800,000.
So the outstanding amount is still 3 million. That's what you're saying?
Excuse me, the street lights, yes, that is 4 months past due.
So that's 3 million.
3,067,000. 3,067. 000. The street lights had been 7-8 months past due, and we recently received some payments in January and February, but the December, January, February, and March are now are past due.
All right.
And the total of the non-single payer that includes the local Virgin Islands government, that total is 17.8 million as of March 31. And I referenced many of those items, but there are some smaller balances that make up that difference.
Okay, can you please forward the...
Certainly. We can forward this to you shortly.
We would like to get that ASAP, because that's important information. Could you break out, so the single payer is like 5.5 million? That's what you just shared?
Yes, streetlights plus the single payer for utilities is approximately 5.5 million.
5.5, and the other numbers, I want to make sure that we're not commingling this conversation.
And just for context, ma'am, if I may give you, the streetlight billing is approximately 600,000 per month.
Okay. But the Lieutenant Governor's office and who else that I have here? Education, they fall in the single payer, correct?
No, they do not. We request that money separate and directly through them. They are not currently single payer.
Is it that they're paying you? Are you sure that's not like on that federal program or something? So the Virgin Islands Department of Education is not under the single payer?
Excuse me, the Virgin Islands Education is, but
Okay.
the others that you referenced,
Okay.
the Lieutenant Governor's Office,
Is not?
correct,
Is not under the single payer?
correct,
Okay.
is
That's not. That shouldn't be. That's a central government agency.
And ma'am, if I may, from time to time, we are advised that an account might be single payer and then it might shift. And we have had in the last 6 months, some of them shifting from being single payer to non-single payer or the equivalent back and forth.
So
one of the challenges that we currently have is when that transition occurs from one to the other, we contact one department and we are told, no, it's the other department. And we get a lot of back and forth between trying to collect. And so, for example, if I may reference the Army National Guard, within that, we are advised from our accounting, that includes 17 accounts, and we are advised that some of them are single payer and some of them are not. And it does cause some confusion for us in terms of accounting. In total, the government accounts are actually about 2,233 accounts that we have within the WAPA utility system.
Okay, and while we're here discussing the local government, I think it's important for us to also get the information owed by the federal government. Because if the federal government is contributing to our challenges, we need to talk about it. So please share with us the amounts associated with the federal government.
Thank you.
In
ma'am.
aggregate, yes.
In aggregate or individually?
Yeah, you could give it to us in aggregate, that's fine.
In aggregate, as of March 31, 2024, the total of federal amounts owed were $678,429.
That's what remains outstanding?
That was what was outstanding, and that is a combination of some that are 8 months past due. Several of them are 2 months past due.
Give me an 8 months past due one.
The U.S. Army Corps is 8 months past due.
U.S. Army Corps.
And they owe a balance of $10,539.
8 months past due. Okay, but I want to go back to the 17 million then. It's not, the numbers are not, it's not adding up.
So, ma'am, if I may reference, I read out to you the larger ones, but there are several that are less than $10,000 individually that make up the difference between what I referenced to you and the total balance. So I read out the larger ones, and then there are several accounts that are less than $10,000.
So are you saying that those accounts that are less than $10,000 come back to the 17 million, give or take?
Yes.
We need to see that agent report.
Would you like me to give this to you so you can make a photocopy?
We're going to ask, we're going to get a copy of it from you and make some copies, please. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Better you than me this morning, because this is really a bit frustrating. But I think I need to put on the record, because while this body, we constantly get the egg in our face that we're not doing anything, this body passed the Single Payer Utility Fund under 33 Virgin Islands Code, Section 3100 Yankee. And it specifically states that there is established in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands a separate and distinct fund known as the Single Payer Utility Fund for the purpose of paying the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority the electric and water utility bills of departments, agencies, and instrumentalities of the government of the Virgin Islands that are supported by the general fund. The Commissioner of Finance shall administer the fund, and no monies contained therein are to be made available for expenditure and disbursement for any other purposes except as provided in this section. Why is it that we're hearing the information that we're hearing, and why isn't the authority sure as to who should be paying through this single-payer utility fund? So I too would like to I'll await the copies that you just requested from the interim CFO, but I needed not only them, but the public to understand what the single-payer utility fund is for, and that this body exercised its oversight responsibility in looking at this site. So besides making laws and generating revenues, this body has an oversight responsibility to all these agencies. So I need you all to understand that section of Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, subsection 3100 Yankee. Thank you.
Why? Not Yankee.
Oh.
We are not on the police radio. Okay, I agree with my colleague, and I don't know that, I mean, this, while you share that, Senator Gittins, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority have to accept the money how they get it, right? So this message should really be for the government of the Virgin Islands, the Department of Finance, as well as the Office of Management and Budget, as to how those monies are placed, deposited in the respective single-payer account. Okay, colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round. I didn't expect the question that I asked WAPA about this 21 million, but what I will tell you is we've gotten a lot more information that we have received in the past from December to now. And, there's a lot of outstanding dollars that's owed to WAPA if this information is accurate, not only by the central government, but also by the federal government and others. So we look forward to getting that information and, reviewing it. We'll probably take a break to, in fact, look at it so we could, have a real discussion around it. So I think that we're vindicated. Let me just say that, just based on the information that was shared this morning about why should the local government or the legislature appropriate additional funds when there's so much outstanding money on the street. That's just not acceptable. And our own local government has almost a $6 million bill, if not more, that's owed. But we are still asked to appropriate and do more. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round, and then I'll come back to the other areas of concern that I have. We're going to take a 2-minute recess.
the system.
The committee is back on the record. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Senator Alba Francis Heiliger, a non-committee member. Thank you for being here, as well as Senator Rui Fonseca. Please mark Senator Fonseca as present. And who do we have here in St. Croix with us? Yeah. All right, so let's go back. Let me just, I just need some clarification from interim CFO, Kelly. So we had an opportunity to quickly look at your aging report, your outstanding balance. And based on the information that's before us, the single payer account, because we have to be fair, right? So we want to make sure that we're fair in our delivery. So the single payer account currently has an outstanding balance of $2.5 million for the single payer, and the streetlight single payer has 2.4, right?
That is correct.
But what I need to get from you is previous to March 31st of 2024, what was the outstanding amount owed by the single payer account for both accounts, and when was the payments made for the streetlights as well as the single payer, and how much? How much was outstanding? When was the payment made up to? When were you made up to date with the 1 month delta?
Madam Chair, I just realized that what I printed out today was 2 lots of March. I will just
you have to speak a little louder.
Madam Chair, I just realized that I printed out 2 copies of the March rather than February and March. Give me just 2 minutes and I can get you the February. I do apologize.
Okay, we're going to come back to you because we got to get to the senator. So I'm going to allow them to also let me recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Maurice James. Thank you for being here. Okay, so we're going to allow you to do that, and then we're going to come back to that. So this information is very important to our discussion today, because if we're not covering our WAPA expenditures, or expenses rather, then that definitely creates an issue. But one of the things that we want to get from you as well, while you can't provide us with your the information as it relates to the specifics of the non-governmental accounts, it's important for us to understand how much is owed by those that are, let's say, 90 days past due, private concern, businesses.
Madam Chair, currently the total accounts receivable, including the government,
less the government.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay, we're going to come back to you. So that's information that we need to get, okay? Let me go to the first speaker for today. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, and then we're going to come back to flesh out some of the questions that are not answered yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present.
Afternoon.
I'll go straight to WAPA. Today's date is Wednesday, March 24th, 2024. April 24th. WAPA, question to you. Effective April 22nd, 2024, a state of emergency exists in the United States Virgin Islands due to WAPA's inability to provide continuous power generation, and such state of emergency shall continue effective until the governor finds that the threat or danger has passed, or that the response and recovery to that point, the state of emergency no longer exists. Is that currently still the issue? Cannot provide continuous power generation. Is that a fact still? Or is that a fact?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Senator DeGraff.
Correct.
It is. Our ongoing ability to meet our
Excuse me,
obligations across the utility.
Yeah, could speak up a little louder, please? Yeah.
Yeah, so our ongoing responsibility across the utility continues to be a challenge. For example, the authority has not invested in maintenance on its facilities, its plants in years. That's principally driven by financial. Ongoing need to pay vendors. We're talking about large vendors here a lot today, the Agrecos, the 7Cs of the world. We have lots of local vendors that we owe money to as well. So I would continue to say that the authority is in a challenged position as far as its operations.
Okay, so the Agreco turned off the generators? Is that a fact?
Yes, sir. 5 p.m. on Monday.
Okay, and why did it turn off? How much money was owed to them?
Approximately $2.4 million.
Okay, to date, has that been paid?
It was paid this morning.
Correct. So what has that done for the territory? Does that put us in a position now where the generators are turned back on and you're generating power?
Yes, the Agrecos returned to service on Friday morning, so about 4 days ago. There were challenges over the weekend. We had one of our own generators, Unit 20, that developed an oil leak, and so it was taken out of service for repairs. We had to continue rotations because of the loss of that unit. Had we not had the Agrecos
Okay, wait, hold it right there. And I do apologize for cutting you off, but again, I want to slow it down. Step by step. Money was owed. Agreco turned off the generators. Rolling blackouts. Money was paid. Prior to 2022, the money was paid, you said Friday? No, you said the money was... Oh, no, let me get it straight. How did it go? The money was paid today?
So to reset,
Yes.
so they turned the generators off a week ago Monday.
Correct.
No payment was made. We did not have money to pay that. Governor Bryan reached out to Agreco on Thursday last week with a pledge and commitment to pay, and Agreco in turn returned the Agrecos to service on Friday morning. And so we were fine for a couple of days. Over the weekend, unrelated to Agreco, we had another unit that had a maintenance problem. And so we still had, the Agrecos were in service. They were in service this morning, but we had to go through some rotating outages because of a non-Agreco unit maintenance problem.
Right.
In keeping the governor's commitment to Agreco was paid this morning.
Okay, so Agreco was paid. In my mind, the state of emergency was because Agreco turned off the current, forced us into that. Now Agreco has been paid, and we are still in a state of emergency, is what you're saying.
We owe 7Cs Water $7.5 million, approximately, as an example. We have to have enough cash to pay for fuel and pay for all of our other necessary services that the authority needs to operate. So, as I said earlier, I would say that the authority's operations remain seriously challenged.
Okay, let's talk about the fuel. In 2022, the fuel was, what is it, 38 cents per gallon. It went to 2023, it went to 68 cents per gallon. Now, January 2024, it's at 71 cents per gallon. Are we paying month by month, or do we have a contract with, who is the fuel, who is the fuel company that we're purchasing fuel from?
The fuel supplier remains Vitol, as we are captive to fuel purchasing from Vitol. We are paying for cargoes on a spot basis, which means the cargoes arrive in the territory essentially on a ship, and we wire funds, and then once those funds are received, the commodity is delivered to us. If we do not wire funds, the commodity is not delivered to us. So we are essentially real-time fuel purchases.
How long does the fuel last when you purchase it?
A typical shipment to St. Thomas lasts about 7 days, and then fuel has to be supplied to St. Croix from St. Thomas.
So where do we purchase the fuel from?
We purchase from VTOL.
Right. And where do they purchase it from?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
They
Okay.
could source it from anywhere.
So the issue for me today is because the governor has us in a state of emergency because
30
of
seconds.
WAPA. I know for prior state of emergencies, the governor has met with the legislature and we have hashed out what we have called a note, a RAN, revenue adjustment note. And it goes to, we have stated what funds you can use, what funds you can't use, different things like this. This time, this state of emergency is solely upon WAPA, Agreco turning off the electricity. If I may wrap up, Madam Chair. Yeah, so now, even with making the payments to Agreco, we are saying that we cannot still get out of this emergency because WAPA is still incapable of producing the generation they're supposed to generate. Final question would be, for this round, would be, how long would it take WAPA to sustain this so we can get out of this state of emergency? How long, time frame?
It depends on resolution of several key items. It depends on getting Wartsilla's back in service on St. Thomas. It depends on being able to source propane from the market. And those two principal things get the authority to where it can sustain its operations at current commodity prices. There are subsequent initiatives that will get the authority to an even better financial position, but there are a couple of critical path items right now that need to be addressed.
Right. Again, time frame though. I just trying to get an answer of a time frame. You can answer Madam Chair's time. A time frame. I understand all the variables. We could keep adding and adding, but what time frame? 6 months, a year, 10 years? Give us a time frame because we're in emergency right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Understood. The VTOL acquisition funding is on grant request from HUD. That is working through the HUD process. Being that that's with HUD, I do not have insight into the timeline of when that's likely to be concluded. It could be quickly. It could be weeks. I just don't know. On the Wartsilla return to serve, the Wartsilla's placed into service. As I mentioned in my testimony, Wartsilla is contending that it's owed a significant amount of money on the project. We are in negotiations with them to return to work. How successful those will be, we'll see. Once they return to work, I would expect the in-service of the Wartsillas to be relatively quick. But given that Wartsilla has not been working on the project for approximately 4 months now, it's not clear whether that impacts the timeline. So I wish I could sit here today, Senator, and give you a very point-specific answer. The vast majority of things that I have just described are almost entirely outside of my control and the authority's control.
Thank you for your response. But let me ask you, I think there was a point of information, Senator Francis Helger. So let's just go back very quickly to the Wartsilla. Clearly, you have some change order challenges. That's the challenges that you have. But is it that you approve the change orders prior to you getting the approval from the federal government? That's why you're stuck?
No. It's not
why are you stuck?
There are two groups or categories of change orders. One set of change orders relates to physical changes in the project. For example, having to move a gate, having to change some construction specifications, things like that. Those are very common in a project of this size and scope. Some of those we've approved and they're with HFA for reimbursement. Some we were working with Wartsilla on subsequent and supplemental documentation to be able to go through the federal reimbursement process. The other bucket of change orders relates to delay change orders, i.e. the project not being done on the timeline that was originally designed. Wartsilla took the stance that there was approximately $10 million owed to it for change orders. The utilities view was that some of the delay orders were not WAPA's fault, right? That they were the responsibility of other parties, or they were mutual delays that were not compensable to anyone. That is principally the amount that is in dispute, is around the delayed change orders, and that is the amount of dollars that we are negotiating over.
So the primary focus is around this $10 million. So there isn't a challenge with the federal government approving this. It's more so the conversation between yourself and between the authority and the Wärtsilä folks. That's where the breakdown is.
So I want to be very clear on one thing, Senator. The $10 million related to delay change orders, whatever number that ends up being resolved for, is not reimbursable by HUD through grant funding. That is on WAPA's account to pay for. But you are correct. The $10 million, we were in ongoing negotiations with Wärtsilä as to how that will be resolved, but that is not reimbursable money.
So the practice of your change orders is they go ahead and do the work prior to approval, or you approved it and then they did the work?
They approved and then they did the work. In the instances where we have agreed to the change orders.
In the instances where you approved to the change orders. All right. So you have the $10 million, or the amounts that you approved? Do you have that money?
And we were in negotiations to resolve with them, and I'm not sure what the total amount of money that we will need to resolve that situation
Let me
is.
make sure I'm clear. You said that there were change orders that you approved, and I have to go to my colleague who asked for a point of information, but I need to flesh this out. You said there were change orders that you approved. Within those change orders that you approved, do you have the funding for that? That's the question.
Those are entirely grant funded, reimbursable.
That's not what you said earlier. How much does it
Let me
account for?
clarify.
I mean, that's not what you said earlier.
Let me clarify, Senator.
Yes.
There's approximately $5 million of change orders that are related to physical changes in the project. As I mentioned, moving gates, changing wiring, things of that nature. It's approximately $5 million of that universe of change orders. Those are grant reimbursable under the HUD grant that is supporting the Wärtsilä project. There's a residual $10 million of delay change orders related to the timeline of the project that Wärtsilä believes is it entitled to the entire, or at least its initial position was it entitled to the entire $10 million. The $10 million is the amount of money that's in negotiation. That, whatever that number ends up being, that amount of money is not HUD reimbursable.
Madam Chair, could I clarify if possible?
You don't know. But the question that I asked, and you still haven't answered it, you kind of repeated yourself, and I had already gotten that, is of that amount that's being negotiated, did you sign off on any of those change orders? That's the question.
They're delay change orders, so there is no sign off.
So they're delay change orders, so there's no sign off. Where does the culpability lie? On two sides of the aisle?
That is the point of negotiation. Wärtsilä takes the position that WAPA is entirely responsible for the delays. We take a different position. Hence, they're asked for $10 million. Our belief that they're owed less.
Okay, so.
And that's what's prompting the negotiation.
Okay, so I see that your attorney is trying to say something, and you were not in the well when we opened the meeting. So you please put your name and title on the record before you respond.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow senators. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel for the Authority. As CEO Smith has explained, we have two buckets here, right? So we have the change orders that are for the work itself with respect to changes in the design or time or placement or physical structure of the project. Those change orders are covered under the HUD-funded grant, right? So there's some that have been approved, some which we, along with our consultants, are going through to see what we can agree with, what we don't agree with, and some that we have declined. With respect to the delayed change orders, Those change orders have not been approved, and we are in negotiations for those. We have instances where admittedly the delay was on the part of WAPA. We have other instances where the delay was on the part of Rotzilla. I think the difficulty is we have instances where there were simultaneous delays, and Watsilla has taken the stance that so long as there was a delay with respect to WAPA, it is immaterial that they were not prepared to go forward at that time. We take a different view of that. So we are working through that. There has been no agreement with respect to that right now, and that is what we're working to align.
But Madam Chair, you asked a question about
No,
whether
yeah,
or not.
One second. You have to be identified to speak.
Sorry.
1 minute. So it's clear that you all are in negotiation. So, colleagues, when they don't negotiate, get ready, okay? Get ready. Ms. Bryan?
Yeah, Ashley Bryan, interim COO for WAPA. You asked a question about whether or not WAPA had signed off on any of the change orders. There's approximately $1.2 million in change orders that WAPA approved last February that we submitted to HFA for reimbursement. Those were not in dispute at all.
Those are federal.
Those are federal dollars. Those are waiting for federal reimbursement to WAPA to be able to pay Wartzilla. Of the remaining change orders, nothing has been signed off on as yet because they're still in dispute.
Understood. Clear. That's clear. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My quick point of information has to do with CEO Smith when he referenced the Greco. One of the things that have been shared to the public by our governor is that he gave his word to expound government funds at a specific time period without the knowledge or consent of the legislature. What I'm trying to understand is, when was the governor and WAPA aware that an issue was looming that the governor stepped in and gave his word without our knowledge? Can you share that with us?
We received a notice of disconnection from a Greco on, pardon me, I'm going to flip to my calendar and give you the specific date. We received a notice of suspension from a Greco on, calendar's loading here. That came on Friday, April the 12th. And then they suspended service at 5 p.m. on the 15th.
Okay.
12th.
So from April the 12th, and do you know from y'all negotiations and discussions what specific date y'all gave y'all word, the governor or yourself? He said he gave his word, but do you know what specific date he did that?
I was not party to those conversations, so I can't speak to that.
But this is WAPA.
Senator,
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. I just want to close off and saying I'm going to wait and continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bulkes Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. In light of the testimony provided by WAPA, we see that there's a bunch of financial and operational challenges as outlined, and obviously it's evident that we need to diversify our energy sources through investments like solar and battery storage, which is critical. This approach will help WAPA with the overwhelming costs. 80% of the fuel, 80% of their budget goes straight into fuel, as outlined in the testimony. We really need to look forward in renewable energy resources and battery storage, to be quite honest. And we need to sort of stop this Band-Aid approach and stitch the wound. For Mr. Andy Smith on the line, CEO, what is the current timeline for WAPA to integrate renewable energy solutions for the Virgin Islands? You mentioned it briefly in your testimony. We really want to get a sort of an understanding, when is that going to happen? Because if we continue down this path, we're just going to be continuing
putting a Band-Aid over the wound ever so often. And we really need to look at this from a holistic approach in the sense of, what is it, 5, 10 years? What are we looking at?
No, we are looking at sooner than that, Senator. We have, through VI Electron, who is a power purchase agreement provider to us, they handle the entirety of the construction and operation of the facility. We have two projects that are currently in construction on St. Croix. One of those projects is expected in service late summer. The other is towards the second half of 2024. They have also started preliminary groundbreaking on St. Thomas, on solar projects as well. Those will be progressing throughout calendar 2025. The other renewable resource that's in process is we have a power purchase agreement contract for wind energy that will be both St. Croix and St. Thomas. The critical step for that is site control. Meaning access to the land. The wind developer can't access its financing and then can't order, wind turbines and towers and those sorts of things until it has site control. There's been a lease agreed to that WAPA is not party to, but there's a lease agreed to for the land for that development that needs to go through the appropriate approval process in the Virgin Islands, because those are property and procurement lands that the wind turbines are going to be sited on. Once those lands are controlled, the developer is indicating 18 to 24 months to complete construction.
We really need to start moving forward on those projects. I know that you were feeling the bite of not having enough resources in order to operate, but we really need to partner, whether it's with the private sector and other partners, and try to see how we can have that dream or envision that in manifesting. Now, concerning cost management and fuel supply, have you tried renegotiating any fuel supply contracts with anyone outside of Vital, or are you just locked in? Are you locked in, yes or no?
We are currently locked into Vital.
You're locked in, okay. So
Yes.
have you also tried accelerating the deployment of your renewable energy projects, like you just mentioned? Have you tried to accelerate those? What is keeping you from accelerating those projects?
I would say that the solar projects are being done as quickly as they can be. That construction has started and is well on its way. With the wind projects,
one moment, sir. So, have you looked into grant funding or federal funding to accelerate those projects?
We have, and in fact, from my perspective, federal or grant funding would actually take longer than the course that we're pursuing now with the private developer.
And have you developed a comprehensive financial resilience plan that would help you have reserve funds or contingency funding in cases such as this? What is your rainy day fund? Does WAPA have one in instances like this? Do you plan to strategize to be able to have some sort of contingency when things like this hit the fan?
We currently have no contingency, and we have not had one for a very long time, certainly not since my tenure began. Part of our strategy with owning the propane supply infrastructure, getting the Wärtsiläs online, replacing the leased Aggreko with owned generation, which is less expensive for us, solar, wind, and we can go down a number of other initiatives. Those initiatives position the utility to be able to do what you're asking about, which is build some financial reserve so that when things go awry, which they inevitably do in any business, we actually have the flexibility to manage that. A reserve fund is like a big spring or a big shock absorber, and we have none. We're riding on the rims right now.
What about developing a tiered rate structure?
That is certainly something that could be constructive for us as well. In particular, the way that our rates, from my perspective, Public Services Commission obviously weighs in on our rates.
1 minute.
Sets our rates. My perspective is that in particular for rooftop solar and local storage, that our rates are not compensating the authority for the fact that those customers can ultimately rely on the authority for electricity. And so I believe there is a very constructive progressive rate design that could be undertaken. And that's something we would have to and would look forward to working with our regulator to develop.
30 seconds.
Well, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkers. Just quickly, do you recall coming before the legislature, I think somewhere about 2022, with regards to this lease for that's tied to the solar wind project that you mentioned with VIA Electron? You recall that?
It's advanced wind, and there were members of my team who attended the committee hearing.
So, and the lease was held by the legislature. Actually, I was not present, but I served on the committee, but I was not present that day, but I recall, because I went back and looked. The lease was held by the legislature because the lease was, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority was subletting to the entity. The concern from this institution was if this entity is coming into the Virgin Islands to do business, they should approach the Department of Property and Procurement and get a lease on their own strength. That was 2022. It came back in 2023 the very same way, disrespecting the institution that already shared that we do not have an appetite to approve an application or a lease in that manner, specifically because we know, for two reasons. One, why would WAPA be subletting? And two, WAPA ain't gonna pay the government for the lease. So let the entity make the payment. We are still waiting to approve that lease. That lease has not returned to the legislature.
WAPA is no longer a party to the lease.
Right,
the lease was recently completed, as I understand it. I'm not sure where it stands in terms of the process of coming before this body.
Right, so that's 22.
We're not party to it.
That's 22, 23. We are now in 24. This is why we have the challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands. It took us all of whatever portion at 22, all of 23, and now we 6 months. How much months we into 24? 4 months? 5 months? Almost 5 months. That's the problem. That's why we can't get nothing done here. Because everything takes forever. So if we're serious about this, we needed to move forward and get it done. But the plan was, no, WAPA going to send it back down the way they want it because the legislature of the Virgin Islands should approve what WAPA and the GVI says. And we say no, and we'll continue to say no on that. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, Central staff. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I must say, sitting here this afternoon, there's some new information that came forward that we did not know about. But nonetheless, let me ask you, Ms. CEO Smith, CEO and Director Smith, let me ask you, in response to one of my colleagues earlier, the minority chair, you spoke to a $7.5 million debt owed to 7Cs. And my question to you is in respect to the state of emergency, which is electrical, but this is a water bill. And that's another challenge I see coming on the pipeline. My question to you is what's your plans, what's your strategy in respect to that outstanding debt?
So, as part of the state of emergency, I understand that the
can you please speak a little louder? We can not hear you too clearly.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me better now, Senator Blyden?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in terms of the 7Cs debt, WAPA has been negotiating it, well, I should say in conversations with 7Cs extensively. We have a very good working relationship with them. My understanding is as part of addressing the state of emergency on the territory, the situation that the Water and Power Authority is being looked at holistically. Obviously, drinking water is critical to the territory. And so with specific plans, I don't know. But certainly, as I understand it, all aspects of the utility will be in consideration.
And from the authorities' standpoint, in respect to management and the overall operation at the authority, do you have an overall plan and or strategy in terms of addressing all of these challenges that you're facing at the same moment? I know it's difficult, but do you have a plan outlaid in terms of strategy moving forward?
We do, Senator, and you can imagine that with the current challenges, the entire team has been consumed with trying to not run out of cash and keep the system functioning. As I mentioned earlier, the transformation of WAPA is almost entirely focused on fuel costs because it's such a large portion of our operating cost. All of the things I've outlined, owning a propane system, getting Wartsilas in service that are more efficient generation on St. Croix, getting out of the Agreco lease, solar, wind, all of these things materially change the cost structure of the utility and can get the utility where it's viable. The single biggest challenge that the authority faces is that every single thing that I've described today, with the exception of solar and wind because of the way that the contracts work, every single thing that I've described requires investment to make it happen. If you want a more efficient car, you got to buy a new one, or you at least got to do some maintenance on the car you have. Just going out and putting air in the tires and changing air filters and that sort of thing helps a little bit, but it doesn't transform, how much fuel that car uses. We have to transform our system. And the choke point we're in, and we have been in since my tenure began, is that we need capital to make that happen, and we don't have access to capital.
And saying that, I know you spoke to your challenges, yes, on your revenues and your expenses outweighs your revenues. And you spoke to the high cost of LEACA in the territory, which you said is 54 cents per kilowatt hour. And you spoke about the rest of the Caribbean, right? You said their utility have increased by average of 46%. What's that amount, though? What's their average utility in dollars and cents?
So I'll give you a few examples around the Caribbean. And forgive me, I'm looking at my notebook over here. If you're seeing the side of my head, currently in Jamaica, it's 56 cents a kilowatt hour. We charge 41. Turks and Caicos is 50 cents a kilowatt hour. We charge 41. Grand Bahamas, 46 cents. Grand Cayman, 44 cents. Our neighbors next door, the BVI, is 37 cents. And there are other utilities on either side of those ranks. I just pulled out some of the bigger utilities in the Caribbean. So there are quite a few that are more expensive than us.
Very well, because I know our neighbor next door, Tortola, was 30 plus cents. And that's why I asked you that question. But let me ask you, in respect to the Agreco on the island of St. Croix, and you said that it's being repaired. What's the timeline on that, though? Because what's the timeline?
So the Agrecos are back in service. Unit 20 is back in service. You may be referencing Unit 19 that's under repair.
Yes.
I'll ask COO Brian to provide the latest update on that.
Good afternoon. Ashley Bryan, Chief Operating Officer for the Authority. So we took down Unit 19 about 4 months ago. We did an inspection on the unit to get a baseline on where it was in terms of our preventative maintenance. And we found that the air intake had some corrosion in it, which was causing the corrosion to suck into the turbine, which could destroy it. So we've been doing that overhaul now for the last couple of months. We're at the finish line where we are about to lift the air intake back onto the unit and start commissioning. What's pending is a payment to the vendor that would allow us to complete that work. We had intended to do it last weekend, but we owe the vendor to complete the work. They
30
want prepayments.
seconds. What's the amount of the payment to the vendor?
Approximately $100,000 between the vendors that are performing the work, and there's just about a week left of work to get that unit back into service.
Okay, very well. And in closing, let me ask you in respect to your plan for your path to sustainability and ultimately rate reductions for our consumers. And I'm going to speak to the three items you spoke to in terms of
time
replacement of the rented Agreco units, which is owned with its own generation. What the game plan though? Because you spoke to funding. Funding needs to be secured for that. Funding needs to be secured for the replacement of the inefficient generation of St. Croix with modern, efficient generation and conversion of the Unit 27 on the St. Thomas when it comes to the propane. Everything needs funding. What's the funding source for all of those plans, or what the funding source?
So right now on St. Croix, we have two different avenues that we're pursuing. The Housing and Urban Development has $53 million in e-grid funds that are earmarked for energy. And our intention is to apply. We have submitted an application last year for 2 new generators for St. Croix. However, with the VTOL acquisition being the primary focus of the GVI and WAPA, that application was deferred for the prioritization of the VTOL acquisition. So we have that project that we submitted last year that we are hoping to get HUD funding for, and then we are also pursuing a prudent replacement project for 2 of the other units, because we mentioned that there's 4 generators that are active normally in the Richmond power plant. So our intention is, with the 2 different funding avenues, to replace all of the generation, the thermal generation in the Richmond power plant.
And thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Ms. Kelly, I want to go back to getting the information that we were trying to flesh out earlier. That financial information is important to us. So, do I need to repeat the question? Or you have
Madam Chair,
Okay,
if you would, just so that I can make sure to give you exactly what you need.
Okay. What I shared with you earlier was we note that the total amount due in the single payer account, as well as the consolidated streetlights account, is totaling some, I would say, almost $5 million, 4.5, I think. And when I look at it, it basically says that, with the exception of the Virgin Islands Army National Guard and the Department of Health, that they're all only 1 month overdue, if you will. So I'm trying to figure out from you, in February, and this is March, right? Yes. So in February, what was the outstanding amount, and when was the payment made to buy down this, if there was a need for buy down, of course, the amount of months overdue by the government?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. The amount owed in February was $3.4 million for single payer, 3.0 million for streetlights, and 17.7 million for other GVI component units. In regards to the payments that are intended to be made, if I may go back a couple more months to give you some history, we have, in the last 6-7 months, received a very significant delay in the amounts of the payments, both for single payer and non-single payer. They are due payable to us for the single payer on the 15th of the month. Certainly at my tenure of being Interim Chief Financial Officer, from December, January, February, March, and including April, we have not received payments on time on the due date. They are due on the 15th, and frequently we call, email, and text and ask, are they going to be paid on the 15th? And we ask that somewhere between the 10th and the 14th. Of recent months, we have received many of our payments 2 or 3 weeks late. Then in addition to that, the funding that is on behalf of the other government component units that are here today for the 2 hospitals and the waste management, the amounts that are intended to be forthcoming from the Department of Finance to us for $725,000 for each of the allocations that the Department of Finance is paying on their behalf. Those typically in the past were paid on the first week of the month. We have recently, in the last 3-4 months, had them paid on or about the 3rd or the 4th week of the month. It is important for us to highlight not only the dollar amount that is been growing, but to help you understand the timing of those payments within the month. If I may share, and we can share with you, I think you've just received perhaps from Attorney Sinclair a bar chart that shows the dollar amount for total government last July was $16.3 million. It has grown successively each month. August was $17.7 million. September was $19.7 million. October was $20.8 million. We had a small decline in November to $20.5 million. December, it was $22.6 million. January, it was $23.8 million. February, it was $24.2 million. And we, in March, just prior to the March 31st cutoff, just received, I don't have the exact dates in my presentation to you today, but it was in the last couple of days of March we received a payment that brought that down to the balances we've talked about for $22.8 million. Let me, if I may, explain the challenge that that has provided to WAPA. Primarily our fuel payments, we make 2 payments to 2 different vendors, one of which for the fuel is approximately $4 to $4.5 million. We generally make 3 of those per month. And the time frame of those is dependent upon, to Interim COO Brian's reference point, the usage of the energization. But we generally have 3 invoices that come a month. Then in addition to that, we have an invoice or 2 a month for diesel. And again, depending on the dollar amount of that, that can be between $2.5 to $3.5 million. In addition to that, each month we make payroll. Most months we have 2 payments because we make payroll bi-weekly. Twice per year, we have a month where we have to make 3 payroll payments, just based on the time frame of that. Generally speaking, our collections on a daily basis are between $700,000 a day to $900,000 a day. We depend on our largest customer making payments to us timely, because the impact of that, currently our total accounts receivable is approximately $75.2 million. Of that, $22.8 million is owed by local government. So that leaves approximately $52 million of non-government accounts receivable. And Director Smith had mentioned that we have on the electricity side about a 98% recoverable of that. We have good collections, and the reason we have good collections is because we have very prompt disconnection. And that prompt disconnection gives us the ability to, it generally prompts the customer to reconnect, and they can come forward either with a payment plan or immediate payment. That helps us in terms of our cash flow. And we have, over the last 6 months, converted a significant number of our customers to auto pay. That helps us in terms of making sure that we have timely payment. And so the challenge that we have when we have significant monthly payments that we must make at a certain time, if our largest customer does not pay us the $23-25 million owed, it puts a strain on us. And the strain in terms of the decisions that we have to make. First and foremost, we must pay for fuel. Secondly,
Okay. You I get it. But what I'm trying to get from you, and you totally threw me off, but we're going to try to come back. The question that I asked was specific. Right now, the single payer account appears to be just 1 month out, with the exception of the Army National Guard. When did you receive the last payment that caused it to be so up to date? That's the question.
the last week of March.
The last week of March. And what was the amount of that check?
May I defer and ask one of our accountants
trying
to
to
provide
get.
that to me specifically? I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, good, and no problem. And then you, in the testimony, it says WAPA's cash flow. Because remember, we talking about financials here, okay? So we're trying to figure out. We know we have an energy crisis. That's not a debate on this table today. Okay, we're trying to figure out how or what is it that is necessary to fill this gap as we contemplate and deal with our energy crisis. So we have 21, you said that WAPA typically collects $21 to $23 million each month in cash from its customers, inclusive of the government, correct?
That is a correct statement.
So what is your average billing per month in aggregate? And then what is your average billing per month to the government that's tied to the government accounts? And is it included in this 21 million that you're collecting in cash? Or, those are just still hanging out?
Our average billing, let me defer to get you the exact numbers because I don't want to misspeak. But our average billing, depending on the number of days in a month and depending on when we receive the payments from our customers, generally the government receivables the increase in the government receivables is what's been driving the increase in
you got to answer the question, though, because you're moving on before answering the question.
I'm sorry.
What is your average billing for the GVI on a monthly basis? What do you bill versus what do you get? On average?
The current charges to the Virgin Islands in total is 25.071 million for the month of March.
So that's 2.5?
25.
So the GVI in total has and of that 25 million, about 2 million is tied to your 2.5 is tied to the single payer, and then another 2.4 is tied to the street lights.
If I may refer, Madam Chair, to the March 31 document that you have, and then perhaps that might be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
The total billing, that is the third column, and it's headed total invoice. The 25,071,424 is the total billing for the month of March for the Virgin Islands. That includes 869,000 of federal, and so the delta of that 24.2 million is the total for Virgin Islands government.
So that's the issue where you're saying, and that's per month, correct?
That's per month.
But this is a challenge. So You're saying WAPA typically collects $21 to $23 million a month.
That is a correct statement. And
So-
one of the largest differences
Hold
in...
tight. WAPA typically collects $21 to $23 million per month in aggregate, correct? And of that, the government of the Virgin Islands in aggregate, inclusive of single payer and not single payer. And let me see. And that's all kind of other departments, the hospital, housing, the legislature, public TV. I don't know, we have Syncroid Cable TV in here. I don't know who they is. They don't belong in here. Public Finance Authority, Supervisor of Elections, are on and on. That total is what comes up to 22.3.
That is correct.
So if your collections, your cash flow is only 21 to 23, and the government is 22,
The government balance, Madam Chair, has grown approximately...
I'm not talking about balances. You guys stay with me. I'm talking about the government monthly invoice in aggregate. The total
Senator
government
Gregory,
invoice
can-
in aggregate is 20, based on what I have in front of me, the total invoice, or is it the current charges? Which one it is? Is the current charges 3.9 million?
Can I help
That
clarify,
is-
Senator Gregory? I think I can point to a column that will
Yeah, we gotta
clarify
get
the
it
question
straight.
you're asking. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the seventh column over that says TTM current charge average, what that does by agency on this list is take the billings for the previous 12 months and divide that into an average. So it's what a typical monthly bill would be. So if you go down to the subtotal of on the first, I believe you have it in 2 pages, you should see that under the trailing 12 months current or TTM current charge average for the subtotal of the Virgin Islands is $3,035,487. That's on average what we would bill the roughly 25 entities that are above that.
Good.
The next segment down is streetlights. You can see there $600,176. That's the average monthly billing to the GVI for streetlights. And then if we scroll down to the next section, you'll see the subtotal single payer line. That's $2,055,676. That's the average monthly billing for single payer. I'd mentioned earlier, either in response to a question or might have been in my testimony, that we on average bill about $6 million to all of those entities each month. You can see that on that schedule where the total Virgin Islands is $5,691,339. I mentioned that the government of the Virgin Islands, our largest customer, is about 25% of our revenue. I mentioned 21 to $23 million of monthly collections. The 5.7 or $6 million is approximately 25% of the 21 to 23 million.
Okay, so within that 21 million or 23 million, you've included that 6 million. The give or take $6 million that the government accounts are in for on a monthly basis.
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay, so because what I'm looking for is how do we achieve the $2.5 million that you have to satisfy the other WAPA obligations that you've shared? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So
Well,
if
it's 2 parts. One is first.
you speak into the mic, we can hardly hear you. We can't hear you.
So the first off is being paid for the services we provide. All of the amounts we just walked through, the historical past-dues, are all for services we provide. The second piece, and this is where the initiatives we've been talking about, acquiring the VTOL acquisition, completing the Wartsilla projects. We currently spend more money to produce electricity for each customer than we collect from those customers, government or otherwise. We lose money on every kilowatt hour we sell because our cost of production is approximately 55 cents a kilowatt hour, and we bill 41 cents a kilowatt hour. That plugging that gap, that roughly 14 cents, is where the initiatives of acquiring the propane infrastructure and completing the Wartsilla project become so critical, because there's a two-part issue here. One is being paid for the services we provide, but two is getting our cost structure to where our cost of fuel is at a point that we can actually sustain it.
Okay, I understand. I follow everything that you're saying, and I know that there's work that has to occur in order for us to fill the delta. But that the difference in that 14 cent equates to how much money per month?
Bear with me just a second. I can do that for you.
We're having a problem. We're not seeing you anymore.
Well, I turned my camera off because the audio was coming through so bad. We can try camera again. So 14 cents. Bear with me here. I'll give you that number in just a second. That's roughly $5 million a month.
So that's at $5
And
million.
recall, as my
That's $5 million. So the $5 million, and you need 2.5, and that 2.5 is not inclusive of capital and maintenance, correct?
That is correct.
All right, got it. All right, thank you. I'm going to go to the next senator. I'm going to go to Senator Frankie Johnson. Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your...
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewer and listening audience. I continue to say that this government doesn't have a financial problem. We have a collection problem. And it's clear to see that based on the indication that we're seeing here. And what I want to ask the young lady is, have the federal government been given notice that they're going to be shut off if they don't pay?
Good morning, Senator. Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We have selected each of the customers that are past due, and our collection efforts are a combination of, yes, disconnection notices, yes, requests for payment plans.
I'm being very specific. Ma'am, I'm being very specific. I asked about the federal government. Have they been given notice? Because you said one of the bills are up to 8 months in array. Have you specifically sent them notice of being cut off?
Good afternoon, Senator. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel at the Authority. We are actually not free to share customer information for customers that don't fall under the umbrella of the Virgin Islands government. We can speak broadly in terms of what we do to other customers. We cannot speak to you specifically about what happens with the federal government or any other named
Thank you very much, ma'am.
customer entity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Andy Smith this question. You talk about the solar panel, and I noticed that there's a lot of solar panel on the east end. And how soon would they come on board, and what would be the cost saving once they come on board? And do you have the money to bring them on board? Because I saw the infrastructure of the panels, but I didn't see a connection for WAPA. So it's a two-part question. How soon is going to, 3 parts. How soon is going to come on board? What is going to be the cost saving? And do you have the money to bring this up online?
The most recent timeline we have is in the August timeframe for in-service for the Petronella site, which is the East End site you're referencing. That site will save us approximately $200,000 a month in fuel savings, and then it does not cost WAPA anything to bring that project online. That project is entirely paid for by VI Electron. WAPA's only obligation is to pay for a kilowatt hour of electricity when it is delivered to WAPA off of that project.
All right, and is Synchro still on rotation? Because I heard you, I'm making some understanding that you paid some money, but up to last night, there was places on Synchro that was not, having power.
St. Croix is not on rotation. And if it would be, I can provide a little background for why the rotations occurred over the last several days.
One second, please hold the senator's time. We are having a serious challenge hearing this conversation. Mrs. Smith, I note that you have in your AirPods. I don't know if that's what you're talking through. Perhaps you want to adjust that and see if it works better, but we cannot hear you. We cannot hear. And our stenographer
Understood. Let me
is...
adjust that. CL O'Brien can answer Senator Johnson's question about the rotations while I
would you
adjust my audio.
consider removing your AirPods to see if we can hear you better? We cannot hear you. We're unable to hear. So something is going on, and we really need to set this right. So when you're ready, you could say something so we could see if we're hearing you better, if that has solved the issue. We have struggled.
Is this better, Senator?
Yeah, take out the next one, because we can't hear you.
I have to make some other adjustments. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me now, Senator?
Yes, we can. That's the challenge, your AirPods. I don't know if there's Apple.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. So you can
Okay,
now you can respond. Please move forward, Senator Johnson.
So, Senator Johnson, we are off rotation on St. Croix as of now. There were two causes of rotating outages on St. Croix. As I mentioned earlier, Greco took its units out of service on Monday night a week ago. We normally would have 4 generators in service or available to us on St. Croix. We rely on having 3 units available to us to meet our peak demand. We have, as CO O'Brien explained, Unit 19 is out of service for maintenance. And so that left us, if we had a Greco, with 3 units available. When a Greco suspended service, we had 2 units available. And as I mentioned, we need 3 units to carry the island 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So without the Agrecos, we were on rotation. The Agrecos returned to service on Friday morning last week and remain in service today. However, over the weekend, we had Unit 20. So we had 3 units available, a Greco and the 2 other units that were not down for maintenance. We then lost Unit 20, so we were down to 2 units that were available, the Agrecos in Unit 17. Just like when we didn't have the Agrecos, when we only have 2 units available on St. Croix, we cannot carry the whole island at peak demand times. Now that we have Unit 20 back in service, we are off of rotation as we speak.
And Unit 20 is one of the Agreco units?
No, sir. The generation stack on St. Croix is Agreco, Unit 17, Unit 19, which is currently down for maintenance, and Unit 20. Units 17, 19, and 20 are owned by WAPA. The Agreco capacity is rented or leased from Agreco.
And what I want to ask, I don't know if you have this information. After the storms, we've been given so much money to upgrade our entire grid. What's the status on all of this funding from the federal government to update our grid, and what's the holdback?
I'll ask CO O'Brien to provide an update on that.
Ashley Bryan, COO for WAPA. We are progressively doing projects under several hazard mitigations. We have the FEMA 406 program that we're doing the underground composite poles, substation switchgear replacements. We have the 404 program that we have several microgrid projects under that we're in the first phase, which is the system study phases. And then we have the HUD projects, which are one of them what the Wardzillas are funded under. So the way that it works is that you submit projects, you go and you design them, you get reimbursed for them once they're completed, once you meet certain milestones. But there's several billions of dollars in eligible funds for these projects, and they can't all be completed at the same time. We can't, excavate every roadway at the same time. That's why we have the collaboration with the central government on different initiatives.
Well, this is my question. If the Wardzilla is under the federal funding, why are Wardzillas keep holding us hostage and threatening us to shut these systems down? It's not the local government funding. Is it correct to say that?
No, it is not the local government's funding, but you have to remember that Wardzilla is contracted to WAPA. So at the end of the day, WAPA is obligated for whatever debts are owed to Wardzilla amidst any federal funding. And we have to go through the process of documenting and drawing down funding to get reimbursed from HUD so that we can pay Wardzilla. But anything else is WAPA's obligation.
30 seconds.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to ask one question to both hospitals, and it's about the other agency that owes money and the amount that is owed to each other hospital from these other agencies in regards to correction, labor, and these different agencies that's creating a havoc for you, not getting your money and not being able to pay? And a second question to Wang Lu, I saw a spike from some $200,000 to nearly $500,000 in 1 month. What is causing these spikes? And I'd like to know how much agency owes the hospital and the amount from each hospital. So Wang Lu, we could go first, and then Roy Snyder could go second. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. This is Chris Lewis, Senior Vice President of Finance for Juan F. Louis Hospital. The first part of your question, I can answer. The second part of your question, I'll let CEO answer. For the Bureau of Corrections, and this is as of the end of February 2024. I don't have the March numbers with me officially yet. The Bureau of Corrections owes $3.8 million. And we have Department of Human Services owes $169,000. Frederickstead Healthcare owes $79,000. VI Department of Labor owes $2.7 million. And for the Department of Labor, we've actually negotiated through 4 fiscal years that we're supposed to receive that funding during fiscal year 24, which is $2.2 million of that funding, which will go a long way in assisting.
Out of the 2.7.
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Doug Cook, CEO for Governor Juan F. Louis. As we did, we provided a listing of our utility charges throughout the last year. I don't have an answer for the spike, which was in the month of December. Our average is about $333,000. As you can see in our information, it was $581,000. We believe that is a red meter. That is not an estimated charge, but we keep all of our environmental pretty consistent with regards to humidity and temperature, so we don't have an explanation. We did have a large Christmas tree. I don't know if that had an impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Chris Lewis again, for what he was saying for the high and the low, if you look the lows the next month, I only checked for fiscal year 24 and I did not see any estimations. So my assumption, and I can verify and get back to you afterwards, but I believe that December probably was an estimation, and that's why it dipped so back low the next month.
All right, thank you very much. And Roy Snyder?
Sure. Thank you, Senator, for the question. Tina Cummins-Young, CEO for Schneider Regional. From the Bureau of Correction for emergency care and inpatient care that we provide to detainees, we are owed $877,000 from the Bureau of Correction. We also have court-ordered patients on our behavioral health unit that are the responsibility of the Department of Health, Mental Health. The actual client billing is $292,916 plus additional security charges of an additional approximately $200,000. We currently have 13 boarders in-house with us. They've been there for a total of 7,264 days, an average of 605 days each. At the lowest Medicaid rate, which we know doesn't even cover the cost of care, that's more than $10 million right there. So the direct billing for Department of Human Services on the client bills are in excess of $3.4 million. The annual contribution from Department of Health for WAPA overhead would be $262,880. Department of Labor, Workmen's Comp, we did enter into a settlement agreement with them for old amounts that were owed in the amount of $868,852. Of that, $375,299 was paid on January 10th, 24. $493,552 is still outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your question. We're going to ask that the breakdown of that information, do you have that in front of you to send to our committee now?
We can get it to you in very short order.
Great.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Cook, CEO Cook, do you have that information to provide to the committee?
Yes, we can provide that information.
And it's critical information to to us because, when we listen to the conversation and the narrative that we've been hearing for the past few days in our community, we haven't heard the fact that our hospitals, that there are outstanding amount owed to our hospitals by several government agencies. So a lot of the questions is, so what is the legislature going to do? I think I'm going in and out. And, we have a session tomorrow. So we have a heavy lift. Okay, but these agencies, we need to get information. It's on. It's gone. Is this gone? Turn it back on. Hello? I didn't touch anything. The committee stands in recess. They thought it to have a purpose. The committee stands in recess so they could get my mic fixed.
Reading Biz Studios.
I'd like to be able to answer a question.
We're back on the record, and I'm the reason why you couldn't hear me. All right, so first of all, let me apologize for the technical difficulties. So, Senator, my colleague from St. Croix asked an important question about the amount of monies that are owed to our hospitals by the various departments and agencies. And the hospitals laid out some numbers, but can you provide me with the aggregate amount that's owed in total? For St. Thomas, for the Roy Snyder Hospital, I know you continue to talk about the borders, but don't include a number in your number. You have to back that out. I'm just talking specifically what's owed based on services that are provided by each respective that you provide to departments or as a result of departments. So like Department of Labor, we know the workman compensation piece. So give me that aggregate amount, if you have it. And similarly, so for Mr. Cook, if you have that, Mr. Cook, could you give me the aggregate?
Thank you, Senator Doug Cook, JFL. The aggregate number for JFL is owed to JFL is 6.8 million.
6.8 million across the agencies that you just shared, correct?
Correct.
And can you please have that information emailed to, sent to us as soon as possible? We need it for today.
Yes,
Thank you.
it'll be with you in 10 minutes.
Okay, and the other thing that I would like for you to include in that is what is the average monthly amounts that these agencies are in for, just based on, you know, what you bill them or whatever that process is.
Understood.
And then give us the annual amount, because I know this 6.8 is probably over a number of years. Similarly, so for Roy Snyder, what's that amount?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. For Schneider Regional, it's a minimum of 5 $1,608,433, and we know that does not include some billing, and we're going to send you the breakdown in a spreadsheet momentarily.
And similarly so, can you provide us with the information that I asked Mr. Cook?
Sure, we'll do.
Okay? And we need to get it as soon as possible. And then Ms. Kelly, we need to close out on a conversation that we had with regards to payments made by the government. So share with me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer, WAPA. Please note that we have, I have just been alerted that the Department of Finance has made payment on waste management for the current month due that was intended to be received the first week of April. We've just received $200,000. They have also paid one of the past due amounts that was a couple of months outstanding for an additional $200,000.
For waste management?
For waste management as well. That totals $400,000 past due for waste management. In addition, we received a check for JFL Hospital for $250,000. Again, that was due to be paid the first week of April. And then in addition to that, we have received $275,000 for the other hospital for RLS. Again, that was also due to have been paid the first week of April. And we received those 4 checks. I was alerted to it just within the last half an hour.
So that's
A total of 925.
925?
So
What
yes,
is?
400 for waste management.
Uh-huh.
That's 2 months past due.
Mhm.
250 for JFL.
Okay.
And 275 for RLS comes to a total of 925,000.
Okay, so we have to find out whether they took that from, let me just ask them, do y'all know whether or not those amounts were subtracted from your allotment?
Darryl
Yeah.
Griffith, go ahead.
Sorry, yes, Madam Chair, that's the
Say your name on the record
Tina
again.
Young, CEO for Schneider Regional. The 275 represents the month that is garnished, the amount that is garnished every month from our allotment and sent to WAPA.
Darryl Griffith, CFO, Waste Management Authority.
In the mic, louder. We can't hear you.
Darryl Griffith, Waste Management Authority, CFO. Yes, that came from our allotment too as well, just similar to the hospital.
So let me just say, right? I know that waste management has its challenges, but don't you think it is completely egregious that you have not paid a bill to WAPA for 29 months? I mean, there must be some opportunity for payments to be made. I think that's rogue. Can you respond?
Yes, we agree. We'll continue making the payments, whether or not the central government takes the OMB takes the $200,000 out, because our monthly bill to WAPA is about $200,000 to $210,000 a month.
Why weren't you paying anything at all? I mean, 29 months is what? 2 years and 4 months? 2 years and 5 months?
It's because the waste management, is the mic working?
Yes.
It's because the Waste Management Authority is underfunded by $10 million. So every month a decision is made who to pay versus who not to pay. And we
And it
end
never
up,
come to your mind that you got to give up or something.
the local contractors came to our mind first, honestly. That's what happened.
So as you sit and you listen to the conversations about what's happening to the people of the Virgin Islands as it relates to the increased cost, do you realize that once these bills are not paid,
It's a ripple effect, and I sat down with the CFO of WAPA. We sat down. We had a meeting. I think it was 2-3 months ago, and so we came up with a plan to keep payment going, because both agencies are essential for the livelihood of the Virgin Islands.
and how much did you all pay out in that harassment case recently? Like 250,000, right? Yeah, about. And your WAPA bill is how much a month?
Similar.
Yeah, so you see what we do? We paid that bill, but we didn't pay the bill for our authority. So we have them here raking them over the coals because, we make these weird and wild decisions. But some of the responsibility has to fall on us because, particularly for waste management, we have to make sure Waste Management sits on that board if we're going to have leadership in these agencies who decide that they are not going to pay WAPA at all, because that's what the decision was made, not to pay them at all, then we're going to have to line item the amounts owed for WAPA. So it's unfortunate that Waste Management is run by a board that has leadership from the executive branch. How many of your board members are members of the executive branch?
3.
3. I just don't understand how these type of things are allowed to go on. It just doesn't make any sense. So we're going to have to do the line item. I mean, I'm not necessarily in favor of the single pay account, but, we have to line item these expenses because we have to pay our utility bills. There are some other things that we have to do. But for sure, if that's how we're going to operate, then we're going to have to do a little micromanaging here. And then we're going to take a recess. Senator Gittins,
Senator.
Point of... Oh, you were sorry. I'm sorry. You wanted to say something, Mr.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that...
Mr. Sylvester, put your name and title on the record.
Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director. I just want to make sure that we don't have both a line item and OMB withholding, because then we'll have twice as much being withheld from the allotment. So,
what do you mean?
Meaning, it seems like OMB has put us into the single payer scenario, so they automatically withholding the $200,000 per month. As Senator Gittins read the legislation, it does seem that instrumentalities can fall under the single payer system. So it seems like that's what they're going to do to us going forward.
Well, they have to do it because, 29 months.
We understand.
29 whole months. That's how old a child is?
$6 million.
Come on, man.
$6 million.
We got to do better than that. Anyway, Senator Gittins, I recognize your point of information. Thank you. And Senator James.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, I just wanted to request when we come back from recess that we have legal counsel here, because again, to the Deputy Director statement just now, I need to have a conversation with legal counsel regarding the single payer fund. Just a request. Thank you.
Yes.
And Senator, from the Waste Management Authority, we definitely agree that we would love to pay all of our bills. That's why we're going to come to this to the Senate to increase for increased revenue by garbage collection fees. So we're going to definitely have to do that so that we can cover the cost of all of the fees associated with running the authority. I don't know if you heard that.
Say it again.
I was saying, we definitely agree with you. We have to cover all of our costs. That's why we're going to come to the Senate for garbage collection fees so that we can cover the total cost of running the authority.
And I actually have legislation around that, but I haven't moved the legislation because we cannot continue to put fees on our people absent of fixing the issue with WAPA. The issue with WAPA is what has held us back from addressing that issue. You gotta be fair. Our community's hurting. So I know you won't come put it back on us. You don't have to bring that legislation to us. Send it to the PSC. Don't put it on the. You see how you see what they do? You see what they do? Yeah, we're going to bring it to the legislature.
We'll bring it to both.
That is a Public Service Commission matter. Do you agree?
I think it'd have to be both based on how we're looking to structure the fees, but you'll decide based on, and after we'll definitely bring it to the PSC without a shadow of a doubt.
Conversation, because then it would mean that, and then we have give and take, because how much money do we give you all annually?
Right now it's $35 million. Drop it to $33 million.
Okay, so we give you give or take 35 million. Over the time that I've been here, we've given you additional 15, I think twice or three times, either 30 or 45. I can't remember the exact number. So once we look at that, there are other considerations because based on, what's happening in the Middle East as it relates to fuel, if you are able to get that done, and we have to create a balance. That's basically what I'm saying for our people. We have to create a balance, so we might then be in a position to say, hey, WAPA, we could subsidize you a couple dollars. But there has to be give and take. So subsidize them so they could bring down the costs while you do what you have to do. But that is what when we spoke yesterday about collaboration and putting our collective heads together, that's what we were talking about. So those are things that we have to figure out. But colleagues, I think we need to allow the folks to, I think Senator James had a point of information, and then we're going to go to a recess to allow folks to get something to eat and come back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually going to go down that same path that you just went in terms of the fees, the garbage collection fees, but I still want to follow up with Waste Management and ask, when they say that they're underfunded by 10 million, what is adversely affected in terms of their operations?
Payment to haulers and payment to our contractors and payment to WAPA, unfortunately.
Thank you. So, well, I'll address this later. Thank you.
Okay, so could you repeat the amount of money that you receive in the appropriation from the legislature?
For 2023 was 35 million.
And 2024?
35 million.
Are you adding up all the funds? Because when we look at our numbers, we have sewer water funds we give you, anti-litter, it comes up to 41
Well, you were
million
speaking just about general fund. So in our testimony, we said the 41 million.
Okay, so let's be clear.
All of the appropriations.
So let's be clear. Is it appropriated by the legislature? Yes. So it's 41,500,000. So we're going to wrap up. I need to ask to clarify something with Roy Snyder. CEO Commission, you said that you received 28.4 million in 2023?
Yes, Madam Chair. In terms of actual received, Sino Commission, 28,473,500 is the number from our finance
So we
department.
appropriated 31 million.
Good afternoon.
Put your name on the record again, sir.
Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President, Financial Services for Schneider Regional Medical Center.
Mm-hmm.
$31,665,691 represents both the amount of the local Medicaid match for fiscal year 23 as well as our total uncompensated care as defined by the VI code.
The question is, how much money did the legislature appropriate to the hospital in FY 2023? Breaking that down, when we give you the money, we don't break it down. What's the appropriation? $31 million, correct? 88629. That's how much we gave. I want to make sure that's on the record clearly. Let me just ask Mr. Cook the same question quickly. What was the appropriation or the allotment that they received, the appropriation versus the allotment that you received from the legislature and from the Office of Management and Budget Release in 23? Did you receive all of your appropriation?
Good afternoon, Senator Doug Cook with JFL. Our appropriation is $30,250,000.
2023.
2023.
I'm
sorry, that's 2024.
Right. Did you receive your entire allotment?
We have two deductions that come off of our allotment on a monthly basis: $250,000 for the for WAPA And the next one is variable. We have also deducted what our health insurance premiums are for our employees is also comes out, which averages approximately about $550,000 per month.
Okay. You're not answering my question. Whether or not those are still associated with your expenses, did you receive your entire allotment for FY 2023? Because
Yes.
if your bills are paid, it's your
Yes,
allotment.
yes, we have.
That's
And the amount of 20, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Our amount for 23 was 26,750,000, and then we had a supplemental stipend of 2 million added on to that. So our total was 28,750,000.
Okay, our numbers and your numbers are different. We're going to send you the appropriations because we appropriated, I think, 29 million to the 29,500 to JFL in FY 2023. So I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Did you receive your full complement of your appropriation? That's important for us to know, to assist us with making some of the decisions that we need to make around this conversation that we're having today. So we need to be clear on that. All right, colleagues, testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience, we're going to take a, we'll resume at 2:35. The committee stands in recess until 2:35.
The system.
That's FY23. 31.5.
The committee is back on the record, and there was a question asked by the majority leader of legal counsel. Legal counsel, do you have the response to the question, or would you like for him to repeat it? Please recognize the mic of the legal counsel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. If the senator would state his question on the record.
Oh, could you turn up her mic? We're unable to hear her. Go ahead. Senator Gittins.
Oh, no.
Proceed. Yes.
One. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all once again. Council, through the chair, I was asking regarding Title 33, Section 3100Y, that speaks to the single-payer utility fund. Can you, based on that statute, can you tell us what department, agency, or instrumentality of this government does not have to adhere to this single-payer utility fund?
Through the chair to Senator Gittins, based on Title 33, Section 3100Y, the Single-Payer Utility Fund, all department, agencies, and instrumentalities, and by instrumentalities, they usually refer to the semi-autonomous and autonomous agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands, are required to pay the electric bills. The Commissioner of Finance is required to pay electric and water utility bills to the Water and Power Authority through the single-payer utility fund.
So based on your reading and understanding of this particular statute, would that not require the Waste Management Authority or an entity like the Lottery Office to be part of this single utility, single payer utility fund?
Yes, the statute further requires that they approve their bills or they review their bills for discrepancies. If there are any discrepancies, then they will resolve that with the Water and Power Authority, and thereafter that bill should be paid through the single-payer utility fund.
And that's because they're supported by the general fund
Yes.
of the Virgin Islands, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, I'm not understanding why some of these other entities are in the caption based on the breakdown that we got from the good interim CFO. I'm not understanding why some of these entities fall outside of the single payer utility fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Requirements as well. Couldn't find the single payer fund requirements.
All right, we're going to go to Senator Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
I'll take 1, 2. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to all of the testifiers seated before us, and of course, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I first of all want to commend the Energy Office and the Department of Education on the recent rollout of the ribbon cutting just yesterday of the Synchro Education Complex Solar Initiative, again, where the Department of Education will perhaps be saving at least $9,000 a month. And I'm hoping that that's the standard and that, in fact, that more government agencies will be pursuing this, especially those of us before us today. The sun is free, and I think that there are some opportunities there, and that should be what we are seeking to do in terms of renewable and alternative energy. So I wanted to go real quickly to CEO Smith. Are you still on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Can you confirm that the payment to Agreco have been made? I know that from correspondence that have been sent out via press release that, in fact, we heard that the government has channeled the money to WAPA. Can you confirm that that payment has been made to Agreco?
Yes, sir. The wire was sent at 10:40 a.m. today.
As of this morning, it has been sent?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well.
This morning.
Okay. And in respect to what we're experiencing as the continued power outages, what is your update and what's happening right now with the current situation at WAPA as it pertains to our current outages?
Yes, sir. So on St. Croix, we actually just put a press release out, or if it hasn't hit yet, it'll be coming out shortly, that rotational outages on St. Croix have ended. To provide a little bit of context for that, we normally would have 4 generators available to operate. Agreco, Unit 17, Unit 19, and Unit 20. Unit 19 is down for extended maintenance. We can get it back in about a week. We would then only have 3 generators available. When Agreco suspended service a week ago Monday, we only had 2 generators available. When we only have 2 generators available, that's not enough generation for us to meet our peak demand. That's what caused the rotating outages on St. Croix then. The Agrecos returned to service Friday morning last week. However, over the weekend, one of our other 2 units, Unit 17 and Unit 20 developed an oil leak. We got that leak repaired overnight last night, and so that unit returned to service this morning. So we now have 3 generators back in service. With Unit 20 being out over the weekend, we were down to 2 generators. It just happened to be different generators. It was Agreco and Unit 17. Now we have Unit 20 back. We're able to carry the whole island through peak demand.
Okay. And while I have you, in regards to the interconnection purchase agreement with those solar and battery storage, have that been executed thus far?
we are completing the interconnection study. Sergeant Lundy, who's a third-party engineering firm, is working very closely with CO O'Brien and her team. We're expecting completion of those over the next several weeks.
Okay. And in respect to some of the alternative and renewable energies that you've been pursuing, especially the Great Pond area, I know that you spoke to that earlier. Any timeline in which that will be turned on? I know that they're supposed to be completed by May or June. Is there any indication exactly when that will be turned on by WAPA or with WAPA?
Yes, sir. So the Petronella site, which is the first St. Croix solar site, is due to be later this summer. The last update I heard was in the likely July-August timeframe. The other second site, Hogansvort on St. Croix, we're expecting by end of the year, if not sooner. St. Thomas construction is preliminary construction has started. We expect the St. Thomas assets to start to come online over the course of 2025.
Is there anything that WAPA needs to do at this point to ensure that that happens?
Complete the interconnection studies and then facilitate that for the rest of the renewable field.
Okay. And that you're working towards, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And real quickly, if I could go to the hospital, in respect to the $250,000 that's taken out from your allotments, is that, how long has that been occurring?
So it's $275,000 that comes out of the Schneider Regional Medical Center allotment.
275, okay.
And it's been occurring for, I would say, at least 8 months, but I can get the exact date of when it started for you.
One F. Louis Hospital, how much are you paying and when did that begin?
Good afternoon. This is Chris Lewis of 1F Louis Hospital. December of 2021, it looks like the first payment was taken out for $200.
Okay. And are you experiencing it? Well, waste management, you also are paying, funds are taken out from your allotment for the purpose of paying the utilities?
Yes, sir. $200,000 a month is taken out, and it started in October of 2023.
Okay. So with that occurring, what is the deficit? What has created the hardship in terms of payment, or where is the overage occurring? If this money is being taken out, why is it still that you have fell so far behind? That's because, waste management speaks for itself. You haven't paid it within 29 months. But the hospitals, what is the why is this that you have significantly continued to owe WAPA about the tune of, I guess, 1.5 from
1 minute.
Schneider Regional, and then similar to JFL?
Sure. Tina Comis-Young, CEO of Schneider Regional. Our bill averages $379,000 for water and power for both the Royal Leicester Schneider facility and the Myrick Heating Smith facility. Every month, it's $275 that comes out, and so we have the balance that's been accruing, and we started actually with a balance to WAPA, so it's continued to grow, and we work it down.
Do you have any hardship in regards to the single payers being placed directly into
30
single payers?
seconds.
It just makes it a little bit more difficult for us in having less cash than available to manage all of our obligations and all of our vendors.
How so if it's currently being done? How is it making it more difficult? Because you do have that bill. You acknowledge that you have to pay your bills. So how is it making it more difficult?
When there's not enough cash to pay all of the bills that are required within any given period, then we have to make decisions and juggle vendors, and some months pay some and the next month pay others. And when the amount is automatically coming off the top every month, it leaves us less to be able to juggle.
Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up with that question. Also for Juan Francisco Louis Hospital, can you speak to being a part of the single payers and what is the hardship when this money is taken off the top?
Good afternoon, Senator Doug Cook with JFL. We've had the $250,000 taken out for almost 2 years now, so it's not really been, I would say, a hardship on ours. We've grown accustomed to it because that is the money that is owed to WAPA. Your earlier question related to why are we experiencing overage. We were actually paid almost completely to zero with WAPA as of January of 2022. Our overage really started with the launch of JFL North, bringing on an additional consumption source of energy, and that is really was kind of outpaced what the 250,000 was covering prior to that.
Okay, well, thank you. My time has been called, but I'll tell you that I am certainly in full support of the single payers utility. I think that, that way it takes away from the discretion from you, and in fact, it wouldn't drive us into this type of conversation in the future. So I'm very supportive of the single payers act moving forward for the semi-autonomous agencies as central government. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So the amounts, though, so one of the responsibilities based on the law, what was shared with us with the legal counsel and what we read, is that the agencies are to in fact true up their bills, correct? So currently, while the amounts that the government is reducing or paying for you, let me just put it that way, is lower than the amounts that's billed, is someone in your respective agency checking to make sure that those bills are in fact accurate?
For Schneider Regional, yes, Senator Fred Gregory.
So do you have a running balance month to month that you can share with us with the difference of what was paid by the central government and what's paid?
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory.
And based on the agent report that the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority shared, are there any discrepancies? Have you all have any conversation about whether or not the amounts that they're reflecting and the amounts that you are reflecting are there any challenges there?
We are not aware of any discrepancies for Schneider Regional.
All right. Similarly, so Wang Louis.
Thank you, Senator JFL. We are not aware of any discrepancies, and we do on a monthly basis ensure that we match up what the 250,000 and where that is applied to on a monthly basis.
Okay, and then let me just ask WAPA this question. We just see this as a continued challenge on the commercial side, as well as the side of the private, the homes, the residential side. So, what is the reason why when the bills for WAPA are estimated, they're like 25% more, 20 to 25% more than the amounts that are when they actually read the meter, and then you find where they have to adjust and dial down like 2 to 3 months later? I don't know if you can answer that question.
I can speak to that. Senator
Yes.
Gregory. So there are two dynamics there. Why a particular bill would be 25% higher? We'd have to look at a specific bill about that. We certainly estimate a number of bills, but what I think we see this as a Public Services Commission because there's a dispute resolution process that goes on there. The estimated bills that we hear about generally are bills that have the exact dynamic you're talking about, where there's an estimate that comes in and it's materially higher than a typical billing. There are a number of accounts that we estimate bills for that don't have that anomaly, and they just roll as though a normal course is billed. And so, but to speak to the specific reason, in some instances we have to go in and manually estimate, not only having our system do it, but then manually estimate it. And you start introducing human error and other things into it. There are a number of factors that can drive that, but I'd have to look at a specific example to be able to speak to it, directly.
Wang Louis is a perfect example. So in November of 2023, October it was 306,000, November 300,000, December 581, January back down to 352, February 256, March 406. So, when we see bills like this, I mean, I don't know if there's anything that Wang Louis was doing different, but this seems like this could be very frustrating for an entity who's having their own cash flow challenges.
Understood.
Okay, so that's something I think that Mr. Cook And we don't have that similar information from you, Roy, from the Schneider Hospital, but you probably need to look at that to see what the fluctuation looks like, because this does not look good. Okay? Senator Carrion, you're recognized here. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Francis Heiliger had a point of information. Inquiry through the chair to the legal counsel. You may proceed, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon. Point of inquiry through the chair to legal counsel. I just need to make sure clarity on this because I'm trying to narrow down as to how we even got here in the first place. One of the things I keep hearing through a narrative and witnessing has to do with the authority of WAPA and certain actions. So the question I want to ask you is twofold. Is WAPA, as it is an autonomous agency, under the direct control of the executive branch and the governor, part one? And Mr. Smith made a response when he stated that he was not party to the governor's agreement to give a promise to pay a bill without his knowledge. So my question is, does the governor has the authority through our law to interfere with the day-to-day actions of the WAPA board or its CEO, make decisions and promises on behalf of an autonomous agency? And if so, explain that to us, because that's something I need clarity on, because I'm recognizing that a lot of things could be averted if some of these autonomous agencies just speak to us as a body directly if they're having financial issues. So could you please clear that up for me? Thank you.
Through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger, let me first start by stating the pertinent statute, which is Title 30, Section 103. Your first question asks whether the Water and Power Authority is under the direct control of the executive branch and the governor, and the answer to that is no. Title 30, Section 103A specifically states that there is hereby created a body, corporate and politic, constituting of a public corporation and autonomous governmental instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands by the name of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, which shall be governed by a board. And it goes on to explain the composition of the board, that's not really relevant to the answer of your question. And then when you look at that same section, subsection B, the authority hereby is created and shall be an autonomous governmental instrumentality subject, as provided herein, to the control of the governing board thereof. But it is a corporation having legal existence and personality separate and apart from the government, meaning that it can sue and be sued, and subject to Section 112 of this title, the debts, obligations, contracts, bonds, notes, debentures, receipts, expenditures, accounts, funds, facilities, and property of the authority shall be deemed those of the authority and not those of the government of the Virgin Islands, of any office, bureau, department, agency, commission, municipality, branch, agent, officer, or employee thereof. So to answer the second part of your question, the authority is governed by a governing board, and the governing board, through its executive director, is who runs the day-to-day operations of the Water and Power Authority. The governor does not have the authority, based on the statute and enabling legislation, to negotiate on behalf of the Water and Power Authority.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask that question, because I think it's very pertinent to a lot of the issues we keep running into, especially with WAPA. And I think it's important that that is recognized, because when the CEO is on this floor telling us He had no party to no negotiations, and he is supposed to be running that institution. I was very alarmed because I started to question who is actually running WAPA, the governor or him. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, and that's why it's so important for us here in the body to get the opinion from our legal counsel office with regards to the questions that we've asked. I am becoming a little impatient with not seeing that information to date. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, to my colleagues, testifiers, and the people of the Virgin Islands. Clearly today we're hearing that multiple government agencies are currently in debt to the hospital and also to WAPA. So clearly part of the problem is not really this body, because we year after year have been appropriating the funding, and as a member of the Finance Committee, I am aware of the work that this committee has done. In many instances, above what has been recommended and sent down from Government House or from the Office of Budget and Management. So we clearly have an issue within the management of each department and agency who has failed to really provide the necessary payments to WAPA, and we clearly have to do something in regards to this. But I struggle to understand some of the statements that have been made by the executive branch, the governor himself this week, in regards to blaming responsibility over this crisis on this body. I just had to make that statement clear. Now, I do have some questions regards to both hospitals that are present and also representation from the Waste Management Authority. And part of the question is regards to energy efficiency, because honestly, we have some new buildings and constructions of government facilities that should be coming online, and we should only rely on WAPA as a backup. So my colleague's been mentioning about the power sources, and we should use the power of wind, turbine, and also solar to be able to use renewables and save funding. So these agencies that are before us, like the hospital, what measures are in place for energy efficiency, and especially coming up with the new facilities that are underway? Ms. Comisión, let's start by UCO.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Tina Comisión, SRMC, CEO. So we're very interested in energy efficiency at Schneider Regional, so we can thereby reduce our WAPA bill. We have put in some measures like automatic light switches and other things to try to reduce our energy consumption. However, I have to say, because we are functioning in a very old building that was affected by the hurricanes, et cetera, we have issues within our mechanical plant, et cetera, where if the AC, for example, is not working through the most efficient system, we're using split units in some instances, portable ACs, that drives our energy consumption up. So because we haven't been able to invest in our facility, invest in our mechanical plant, invest in our AC systems because of a lack of capital investment, we're not able to be as energy efficient as we would like to be. As we look to our hospital of the future, we know that all of those technologies will be integrated, but knowing that we're not going to be moving to a new building for another, at best, 5 to 7 years, we got to start looking at additional ways to reduce our energy consumption starting now. So I appreciate the question and look forward to support for the capital investment so that we can reduce the month-to-month dependence on WAPA.
Have you guys done an evaluation, internally energy evaluation, to determine what areas, how, where you can reduce and tap into the Office of Energy to provide some assistance in that regard?
Informally, yes, but I think we have to take a more formal look at it, and I look forward to engaging with those agencies for their expertise and advice on things that we can implement now.
Beautiful. CEO Cook?
Good afternoon, Senator Doug Cook with much as CEO Commission described her situation as relevant to JFL as well. We are preparing for the building of a new hospital. We are exploring microgrid technologies as part of that, as well as what capabilities we have with solar, given limited land space that we do have. Very much as she indicated, we have zero capital investment at this point to retrofit any of our current facilities. And again, dealing with a hurricane damaged building that we're trying to move out of, we're not investing into replacing those technologies into that current building at this time.
Glad to hear that. At least that's the plan. Waste management.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thanks for the question. Relative to waste management, a lot of our equipment are really old and obsolete, but thankfully that we're doing the prudent replacement program. So with the prudent replacement, we're redesigning, we're replacing pump stations, we're upgrading treatment plants, and we're going to use that opportunity to add more energy efficient components into that system. And also, I'd like CFO Griffith to discuss a grant we got from EPA to do some energy efficiency.
Through the EPA, Darrell Griffith, CFO, Waste Management. Through the EPA grant too as well, sir, 20% of the grants are allowed to be used for energy efficiency. So moving forward, we have about 3 pump stations planned where we're going to put solar panels, and every single grant we receive from them, we're going to have about 20% of those funds allocated to energy efficiency so that we can reduce our overall impact to WAPA.
Beautiful. I'm glad to hear that, and I recommend the other 2 hospitals and other government agencies to follow suit to find ways to eliminate the waste and use renewables. In regards to the hospital, you mentioned about uncompensated care and how that also is driving up the cost. With the presumptive eligibility, has that provided any assistance, and what difference have you guys seen in that regard?
Sure, Tina Comisión for Schneider Regional. Presumptive eligibility has been a great program for us in that folks who are otherwise uncovered by insurance and unable to cover the cost of care for themselves that qualify can get temporary Medicaid coverage, which pays at least the upfront bill at the
30
hospital.
seconds.
However, there are a number of persons in our population that don't qualify for presumptive eligibility due to citizenship or due to income. And so it's still not capturing a bulk of the patients that we serve. So it's helped, but we still have a very large amount of uncompensated care despite the program.
CEO Cook.
Good afternoon, Senator Doug Cook. Very much the same answer. We are very appreciative of the presumptive eligibility program. Our front desk registration staff work tirelessly to screen every person that comes in. I think it's important to note, though, even if they are temporarily eligible for those Medicaid services, the amount that we are reimbursed for Medicaid services far is less than what the cost of care is. For example, an outpatient procedure, we get reimbursed $367. That could be a surgery that is worth $20,000 to $30,000 worth of expense.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I think my timer has been called. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Just very quickly, so the uncompensated care amounts that you reference, do you also roll in the outstanding amounts owed for that particular year as uncompensated? Like for what do you call self-pay?
Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional. So self-pay, once we've deemed it, we've made significant efforts to collect and deemed it uncollectible, then it does roll into bad debt and is included in the uncompensated care number. Where there's still an avenue to collect for the care we've provided, it does not become a part of the uncompensated care number.
It does not?
No.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Senator James, Senior, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I just want to say one thing before I ask my questions. A lot of our constituents are losing faith, and they don't really care for all these big words, but it is our job to do this. But I just want to let you all know, especially WAPA, not you. You could smile. Yeah, you could smile. WAPA, we want results. All right? But that's why they elected us, to represent them. But my question to WAPA is, how much power on an average that WAPA is producing on a daily basis? And give me the simple answer. WAPA.
Good afternoon, Senator James. Give me 1 second to use my calculator here. We produce approximately 1.7 million kilowatt hours a day.
And how much power is actually being consumed?
We consumed is approximately 1.4 to 1.5 million kilowatt hours a day.
And my follow-up question to that, have we seen, based off of data, where the plant is overproducing as far as current power, electricity? Yes or no?
Yes, and I can explain the difference if that would be helpful, or part of the difference.
Explain that on the chair's time. And my question to you is, what is used to measure and monitor power loss? Do you have any systems in place?
So we monitor the production out of the power plant. We have billings to our customers, so we know what the production of the plant is and what we actually bill our customers. We know where certain use between those two goes, and then there are the one unknown is what's called line loss. And not just WAPA, every other utility in the world, line loss is a calculated number because you can't really measure line loss, but you theoretically could. And so what you do is you measure the other pieces, and then the A minus B, C, D, E equals F, there's a gap in there, and that's your line loss. So we measure everything but line loss.
Understood. I will follow up later on the line loss. But my question to you is, how many individuals are on the grid as of April 2024?
I can get you a specific number. We have approximately 55,000 meters in service at the utility that varies by a few hundred meters from month to month.
And as far as 2023, do you know how many individuals came off the grid?
We have not seen, other than a handful, I don't believe we've actually seen a material number of meters come off the grid. Again, I can get you those specific metrics because we track them by meter.
Because I'm trying to get at something here. Because I want to know the financial impact. We saw here where you said 1.7 as far as the amount of power being used on a daily basis, and then you said how much is actually being consumed, 1.4. And you said it's normal to have a line loss, so it's a line loss of approximately 0.3, based on what you're saying about 0.3. And you told us how you measure and monitor the power loss. But I'm trying to find out how many individuals are on the grid and how many individuals are coming off of the grid, because we have seen in the past where places like Plaza Extra and all those heavy hitters who we saw a lot of revenues coming from are no longer on the grid. Because we need to monitor those numbers, because the more individuals do come off of WAPA, is a larger debt pass on to whoever is there. So my question to you is, do you know the average debt per consumer in the Virgin Islands as far as WAPA?
The average debt per consumer for WAPA in terms of, you mean like how much money we owe bondholders?
If you were to consider or factor in the costs to run the plant and all that stuff, and you divide that by how many ratepayers you have, do you have that calculated?
Yes, that number is approximately 55 cents a kilowatt hour. Part of that is because of fuel costs.
You're talking fast. Say that one more time. Say that one more time. The average debt per customer?
55 cents is the average cost to produce for a customer.
No, I need something like for every person who is in the Virgin Islands. What is the debt?
Give me a second. I can estimate that number for you.
All right, I will put that down as a follow-up. And as far as your line of credit, do you have a line of credit at WAPA?
We do, and it's 100% drawn.
What are you doing to correct that?
We are attempting to get our financial situation, as I was describing earlier, a number of the strategic initiatives to deal with getting the VTOL acquisition closed, the Wärtsilä generators online. Once those things start to happen, we can live within our costs. But then we have to take additional steps.
How much is the line of credit?
Cost structure to where we can live within our rate. Otherwise, we cannot address our outstanding line of credit.
How much is the line of credit, and who are you banking with?
All in, it's approximately $50 million, 50, and that's not equally split, but we bank with Banco Popular and First Bank.
How often do you speak to these individuals? Because I know they have to have some concerns regarding that line of credit.
1 minute.
We speak to them regularly. We provide them quarterly updates and then updates more frequently as needed. Most recently, we've been engaged with them fairly regularly.
You said $50 million, right? Or 15? You said 15? 15?
No, sir. 50 in total that we have in short-term bank debt. A specific line of credit
30
is
seconds.
15 million within that 50.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And you said in your testimony that $15 million per month in savings you will see when it comes to the acquisition of the propane supply infrastructure for VTOL and the placing of the Wärtsiläs in service on St. Thomas. Do you have that information readily available where you can give us an idea of how you came up with that number of $5 million per month in savings?
Time.
Yes, I can provide you the calculations behind those numbers.
And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, can I ask one last question? This goes to GFL and the Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital. I'm going to start with GFL. I know right now we're going through the construction of the permanent structure. Right now we have the temporary structure. As far as in the future for cost savings and energy, are we implementing anything to see some cost savings when it comes to electricity utilizing with the GFL hospital?
Thank you, Senator Doug Cook. Yes, we are working very closely with our architectural firm and the design layout of JFL to optimize energy savings. One good example of that is the amount of glass that we'll have in the building and the type of glass that we'll be utilizing to decrease solar glare, which will dramatically reduce our energy costs.
And lastly, Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital.
Sure. Thank you, Senator James, for the question. Tina Cummins-Young, CEO for SRMC. We are definitely going to be incorporating more energy efficiency as we design our new building with the help of the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team. And as those plans are developed, it's something that we're going to be pushing for because it's a part of us maintaining then the operational expenses of our facilities.
Thank you for placing that on the record. I have a lot of things I would like to request through the chair, but I will just send the information to the chair because I asked a lot of questions that haven't been answered. And we need to know that information in order for us to make wise decisions moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Good afternoon to all. The word of the day, colleagues, amounts. Amounts due, amounts paid, amounts owed. But frankly speaking, nothing said today by WAPA amounts to a state of emergency. Nothing. And listening to the administration and listening to the authority, again, colleagues, if you are not convinced, I am, that these two entities are working in collusion with each other. Not only that, WAPA alert update. St. Croix, the rotational outages have ended on St. Croix due to successful repairs of Unit 20. This is extortion, people. You got your check today, and all of a sudden, the rotation is over. Last week, the same thing. $4 million paid, the rotation ended, and St. Thomas. The games that we continue to play. And you know what's also sad? It's evident that we don't have any longer the capacity, the investigative capacity to carry out a formal, systematic inquiry to examine the facts in order to establish the simple truth. I'm not sure what's going on here. But sometimes I feel like I'm sitting on the wrong side of the fence. Because I really feel that if I were to have this investigation in my hand, listen, a lot of people will go down. I'm not sure what's happening. Again, we don't have a money problem in this government, but it is obvious that we have a management problem, money management problem. The legislature, again, that have time and time again been accused of not having any solutions. We came up with the single-payer utility fund to avoid what's going on here. And, you know, all that said against WAPA, I must say today to you, new interim CFO, I'm impressed with your performance here today. This is the most information that I've ever gotten out of the authority. And I thank you for that. And if maybe we take a page out of her book, we might be on a path to success, where they talk about seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, but it's not an oncoming train. We got to get serious with our affairs, because nobody don't want to come here to set up business if we can't get this under control. And I'm tired of hearing WAPA saying they're comparing us to their peers across the Caribbean. Look, under the US flag, we're paying the most. We're paying the most. Now, I know the hospitals indicated that they're owed monies by Department of Health, Bureau of Corrections, and other central government agencies. How much is currently due to Wang Louis and SRMC, respectively?
Good afternoon, Senator Doug Chappell. The aggregate number is 6.8 million.
6.8 Wang Louis. SRMC?
Yes, Senator, for Schneider Regional, we have that amount to be in excess of $5.6 million.
5.6. And you indicated in your testimony that the Department of Health also occupies a room in your house. How much are they? What's the estimate that they're contributing to any of this?
Yes, yes, sir. So based on their usage,
if
it should be
zero,
21,900.
No, don't tell me where it should be. I asked, what are they contributing?
Zero.
Thank you. In other words, they're hotting up a space in your house and ain't paying a cent. Now, I'll skip my other one because my good millennial colleague from St. Croix spoke about it, so I just want to beat in your heads that a build of our new hospitals should be energy efficient. Now, for WAPA, first of all, as ridiculous as your WAPA rates are, I do agree with you that every government entity should pay for their services. What's the status of the application of the HUD application for the federal reimbursement?
Are you asking, good afternoon, Senator, are you asking about for the VTOL acquisition or for the Wartsville?
Yes, for the VTOL settlement.
30 seconds.
So that sits with the VIHSA, and they are working through the process with HUD. We have provided all relevant information that's been requested, and we're standing by waiting for HUD to complete its process. I do not have a timeline for completion of that process.
What was your last update?
That was probably a month ago now, and VIHSA was trying to work through an issue with some of the marine assets. And we're hopeful to potentially get that done in the near term, but that was still in open discussion with HUD.
And okay, so there's no clear information there. But if I may close here, Madam Chair, I wanted to ask if you utilize project managers.
Yes, sir, we do.
So do you have bonding requirements from these companies?
I have to have counsel confirm that, but we do have bonding requirements for most of our contractors. Given that they're consultant advisors, they're not doing physical work on our assets. I'm not sure whether they're actually required to have like a performance bond. But
so thank you. You could have them expound then, because I want to know what mechanism they're using or that's in place to address the delays.
Yeah. Senator, if I could, good afternoon, Dion Sinclair, General Counsel. For our project managers, a professional service, there is not a performance bond involved with that. For contractors who are doing the work, any kind of construction or project itself, those all involve performance bonds.
So in your contracts, you have what do you call it, liquidation? Liquidation clause?
Yes, liquidation damages, yes.
And so are they addressing these change orders, etc.?
Yes, I believe that was part of the conversation we had previously, where there was back and forth in terms of negotiations about what was considered liquidated damages, what was considered delays on the part of the vendor, and delays on the part of WAPA.
Well, I would like to know the outcome of those through the chair, if you could send us that information at some point.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that when that is finalized,
it
will be shared.
And CFO, is there a reserve funding by WAPA?
May I ask you to clarify, when you say reserve, do you mean just cash sitting in a bank account not being used?
For any specific projects?
We have...
restricted.
Excuse me, Lorraine Kelly, interim CFO. Apologies. We have specific source-funded federal projects, for example, by FEMA. Those funds, as they come in, are restricted funds, and they go into separate bank accounts. And the reason they go into a separate bank account is because we then owe vendors to pay for those funds, and they are restricted in their nature.
Right.
So
you should have the same practice when you're using regular government funds too. But thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we'll go to Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point is to basically follow up and to ask through the chair certain information that was not answered by WAPA. I know he mentioned that, when I said he, the CEO mentioned that he can forward it to us, but I just want to place it on the record to make sure that we request that information. So here it goes. So through the chair, I would like to request from WAPA the average debt per customer, any pending litigations at WAPA, if any do exist, and how many customers are no longer on the grid as of December 2023. And lastly, how many individuals are on the grid as of April 2024. So those are my requests through the chair so we can have a better understanding of the finances of the Water and Power Authority and to know how our customers are being affected as far as individuals coming off the grid. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to what my colleague mentioned, I'm curious to find out if you could elaborate on that line of credit. If you could give me a breakdown, how much per institution, bank institution? You said there's two. What's the monthly payment on that, and what was it used for?
I'll speak to that, Senator Carrion. Thank you for the question. In terms of the two different facilities, at First Bank, and again, forgive me for showing this side of my head. I'm reading my schedule over here. First Bank, we have 5 separate facilities. The balance outstanding on those facilities is $26,168,448. With Banco Popular, we have 4 separate facilities. The amount outstanding on those facilities is $20,188,794. The total of those two amounts is $46,357,242. When you asked what those funds were used for, those funds were all expended well before my arrival and CFO Kelly's arrival, and frankly, most of the people who are in the well today from WAPA. Those funds were likely spent on operating costs, fuel, and other things, but I am not in a position to speak to that with any specificity because that significantly predates me.
And the monthly payments on those?
Oh, sorry. Yes, the monthly payments approximately $800,000 in total.
800,000. And are we current, up to date with those payments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not an error. And the maturity of this line of credit?
They mature April the 30th. They mature in 8 days, or sorry, 6 days. And we're in current negotiations with both banks on extending those facilities.
Can you repeat that? You said in 8 days?
Yes, sir. They mature on April the 30th, and we are in current discussion with the banks. We have a governing board committee meeting tomorrow. One of the things we'll be bringing to the governing board is an extension of those facilities.
And if that's not granted, you failed on your payments. What does that mean for the institution? And I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Was your question if we did not make the payment or if we failed to make the payments on those bank facilities, what would be the ramifications?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so different creditors in our capital structure, senior bondholders, subordinated bondholders in the bank have different remedies available to them. The banks are the junior creditor in our order of creditors, and so their remedies are relatively limited. They would declare us in default. In any missed debt payment would essentially result in a default. Missing different types of debt payments have different consequences as far as what default means. And so there are remedies available to the bank if there's a default, but then it would depend on how the bank chose to pursue that.
We in some serious problems.
Let me ask you, because I want to be clear. So this $46+ million is, did you say that it matures in 6 days?
That's correct, April the 30th.
So April 30th, and you've been in negotiations with the banks for how long on this?
Probably 2 months.
And what was the annual obligation of WAPA for this debt?
In terms of how much we pay in fees for interest, you mean?
Was there annual, let me ask it another way. Was there annual obligation or just a balloon payment?
No, these are right now the payments are interest only payments. We are not making any principal payments. That's the way they're structured. The interest payments, approximately $800,000 a month.
So you've been making an interest-only payment, but you have not been making the payment against the principal?
That's correct, and that's similar with we have other debt on our balance sheet that's non-amortizing, just like these lines are.
And the principal is what comes to maturity in the next 6 days?
That's correct.
Me know what to say about WAPA. Aye, good, my son. This is, wow. So how do you intend to resolve this? I mean, I know that you can't get into your negotiations conversation, but let me just hear from the CFO. I mean, what are the potential remedies? I mean, I know that you can't get into your negotiation conversation, so this is a $46 million. You've been only paying interest, I'm not sure how long, and now you have a maturity of 46. So, I mean, as we are having this conversation, we talking about some $2 million whatever dollars that were just paid. But based on what you just said, we got a bigger problem. So, the only reason why it doesn't appear to be a problem is because it's not owed to a fuel provider. But it's still a problem. And the problem with that is WAPA is an instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands. So if WAPA defaults on this, as clearly it's about to happen, it impacts all of us. So that's the issue that we have with the conversations that we have with the Chief Executive Officer, as well as WAPA. Are you short on information? Everything that we get, we have to do this. We got to pull it out. Otherwise, we don't get it. I mean, what does that say for the authority or the agency or the instrumentalities of WAPA? There is no transparency. Hence the reason why we have to ask 100 questions in order for us to make a decision. We just make a decision about line of credit that should have been addressed. We get all the other information after the fact. We try not to go down that road again. Our constituents are watching. We just made a decision with regards to this line of credit for the $45 million. Are we still in negotiations with HUD? That brings me to this question. The discussion that was had with Vital was they were giving us until April of what year?
The most current agreement expired on April the 15th of 2024.
So that's tax day. So what does that mean? Because we all over the radio station, but we ain't talking about that. Yeah, but I try and say, I mean, there's a lot of conversation on the radio stations by the chief executive, but we are not hearing about this. So tell me, the Vital agreement or whatever the decision was to pay by such and such a time, so where are we now with that? That's another thing that will come here again.
An extension of that agreement is currently in negotiation.
So how long have you been negotiating this extension?
That negotiation is being led by the government's attorneys, not by me.
That's a thing. And all of this is secret. It's all a secret. Yeah, this is why the government is not here today. Not because there is an executive order, but because they don't want to be asked the questions and have to answer the questions to the people of the Virgin Islands. That's the issue. And this is where we have to do what we got to do. So that brings me to this question, the next question. We have the fuel tax, right? That's what, 15 cents? What is it? 14 cents. And you had a bond against the fuel tax? Yes, no, maybe so?
Yes.
Oh, yes, there is a fuel tax financing on our balance sheet. That's correct.
Okay, and what's this? That's the status of that particular facility.
So that facility, let me get my notes here. I just look at which one it is. That facility is still outstanding. Let me make sure I give you the right amount outstanding on that facility. I believe it's $30,518,857. That fuel tax financing, just to be very clear, that money never touches a WAPA account. It gets paid to the trustee. That fuel tax proceeds that were paid out under that never went through a WAPA account. They were paid to a Greco and to the original Wärtsilä construction. But we continue to service the debt.
And when is the maturity on that?
That matures in 2026.
2020?
2026. And CFO Kelly, correct me if I'm referencing the wrong instrument on the balance sheet.
That's correct.
So it matures in 2026, so your annual payment is about 50 million? Well, no.
No,
I
can give you that number in just a minute, too.
Well, a little more, 11? 10,
the annual
10.
payment on here. All right, you may have to help me here. I got to find my schedule that has our debt service breakdown.
Mr. Smith, I apologize. I didn't bring the monthly individual.
Yeah, I've got our bank lines handy.
I look at them in total. But I can get that very
we're discussing WAPA's financials, so all
I
the
can get that very
information.
quickly.
We can provide that. I don't have that schedule right here in my list of all the materials I have.
And you said all of it goes to a lockbox, so those monies are being collected. You have not heard of any challenges with those monies coming into that lockbox? Because the monies do come from the, okay. All right. Okay, so in 2026, we can look forward to relooking at the fuel tax, because that will mature and that should be paid off, and we should be making some other types of decisions. Hopefully. Hopefully. That's what we're working towards. All right, let me go to the next senator. Senator James Point, an inquiry, then I'm going to Senator.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's along the same line of questioning. And it's quoted from bpnews.com. They quoted at the time, what his name was, Hugo Hodge. And it says, WAPA will repay VTOL over a 10-year amortization built into the fuel cost with an option to repay in 7 years. So my question is that, when it comes to the option to repay in 7 years, is that still on the table, or we have went past that? That's my question. That's my question to WAPA.
We are past that, and so we are in capital lease payment, just regular capital lease payments, which we are not able to make. We've not been able to make, and that's the genesis principally behind the acquisition of the facility and the process that's underway with HUD.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you for placing that on the record.
Okay, so I really need you to look for the information with regards to the debt that's against the fuel tax, because you said that you owe $30 million, correct? Give or take?
That's correct. $30,518,857.
Okay, and I don't know that we are collecting $11 million a year. So we need that information, because
we'll have that to you shortly. And you are correct.
Please.
We are not collecting $11 million a year.
We're not. I don't even think it's in the double figures that we're collecting.
It's not. It's somewhere in the $4.5 to $5 million a year range. It varies based on tax collection.
Okay, so then it says that, I'm trying to figure out, you probably have a balloon payment in a year, but if you ain't collecting it, how you going to pay it? We need to understand that, how that particular facility was let, so we can make sure that you're not coming back with a conversation about that falling short. Because if it's 2026, then there's some questions that need to be answered around that. So hopefully we'll get that from you before we leave. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us here today. I was reading at your official agenda, Madam Chair. It says that the committee will receive testimony on the current financial crisis of the VI Water and Power Authority, resulting in territory-wide power outages. And really and truly, this could have been an official agenda from 1974. I remember when I was in probably elementary school, we had the same issues of rolling blackouts, rotation of power, etc. So we've been dealing with this for over 6 decades with marginal success. Players have changed, but the situation, for the most part, has remained the same. We have the vexing problem of trying to find reliable power at an affordable price. So paying premium dollar for unreliable power. And it's not to blame anyone, because I don't think anybody around here was around any decision-making capacity. And the whole hierarchy of the Water and Power Authority is new. So I'm saying that not to cast blame, but it's just to try to figure out where do we get to this space that Mr. Smith, CEO Smith, mentioned, this path to sustainability and ultimately rate reduction. That is what everybody in this community is seeking. They're not so much concerned about any dispute between us and the governor. They just want to know, how can we get affordable, reliable power in the U.S. Virgin Islands? That's the bottom line. Not concerned about egos and back and forth between us and the governor. How do we achieve this? And I wanted to ask the CEO, in his view, and he's the latest, batter up, and I believe he is making an effort, a sincere effort at getting us to a reliable place. But I wanted to ask him, and we've seen transformational plans that look good on paper and you feel good when you see it, but from a practical standpoint, are we seeing, what is the greatest impediment to us achieving this elusive path to sustainability and ultimately this rate reduction that the people of the Virgin Islands so desperately needs?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator Potter, and good afternoon. The biggest challenge is funding for investment in Athens. I've used the example before, if you have an old car, it's fuel inefficient. The only way you really change that car's fuel efficiency is to buy a new car or upgrade your car in some way, and that costs money. We're no different. Approximately 80% of our operating cost is fuel, so we need to use less of it. One of the ways we're doing that is with the solar and wind projects. Those do not require an investment from WAPA. The cost per kilowatt hour will be a little more expensive because we're not investing in it. When we think about new generation with the Wart Villas, that gratefully and thankfully is grant funded, so it does not have to be paid for by our customers, but it can materially lower our rate. Other things that we're talking about, replacing the Agreco lease. Just to give you a number, the Agreco lease is about 1.6 cents in rate for what we pay every month for that Agreco lease. We didn't have to pay that. That's 1.6 cents that we wouldn't have to have in our rates. But we need to own that generation and not lease it. But to own it, we've got to buy it, which costs money. We're trying to pursue a HUD grant for that. I think as we all recognize, as helpful as the federal investment is, it also is time intensive and time consuming. And so to summarize, to answer your question, there are very real transformative initiatives that can be executed. It's the intersection of time and money that are the biggest issues. And when I talk about time and money, grant funding is phenomenal because it invests in the community without us having to bear the cost of it, but it takes time. Alternatively, we could truncate the timeline, but then the funding has to come from somewhere. And that quicker funding requires access to the capital markets and be able to raise debt or whatever it may be. So it's really investment in some of our physical assets is our single biggest challenge.
Okay, thank you for your response. So, are we going to get there? Are we seeing a realistic pathway to getting there?
I very much believe so. The strategy that myself and the team devised when I arrived here, I think is very viable, is very transformative for the utility. It comes back to the intersection of time and money. We had 2 generators lined up to buy for St. Croix. Total cost of those 2 generators would be somewhere in the $36 to $40 million range, but that would avoid almost $2 million a month in cost. So, $40 million, $2 million a month, doesn't take that long to recoup your investment when you're buying generators that are 20-year lived assets. Okay. But I got to get the capital. I got to get the cash from somewhere. We went down the process of trying to pursue a HUD grant. The VTOL acquisition came up. The IHFA felt like they didn't have the bandwidth to pursue both. Understandably so. It's a major undertaking. And so the ability to acquire those generators on St. Croix is not imminent. Now, if I can source, $18 million for one generator and $18 to $20 million for the other from somewhere else, we could expedite that process. Okay. Right now, given our balance sheet, we do not have any capacity for debt to raise debt to pay for those.
1 minute.
Line of sight to any funding for that, to me, is very opaque at this point.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. I have 1 minute left, so I have to speed it up. I wanted to ask CEO Commission, when you were talking earlier, you characterized this monthly payment that you make to the Water and Power Authority as a garnishment. I think clearly, it's not something that's warm and fuzzy
30
for
seconds.
you. I wanted to really get from you, how does that payment affect essential patient care? I mean, is it to the point where patient care can maybe or is affected by this payment that is required to be made on a monthly basis, the garnishment, so to speak?
Yes, Senator Potter, Tina Young, SRMC. So we understand that we have the monthly obligation to WAPA. We want to pay our monthly obligation to WAPA. We understand that because historically we were not sending the payment to WAPA on our own every month, why it's being taken out of the allotment and sent to WAPA on our behalf. And we know it doesn't even cover the full amount of the bill. So we understand why it's being sent, but in managing the realities of our cash, very tight cash position, it just means that it's $275,000 less in cash that we have available to manage multiple competing priorities, things that are real for us, like blood and drugs and supplies. It's less money that we have available to buy those things. So it's tough. We understand why it's being taken, but it is a hardship in some ways. So it's complicated for us.
Thank you. Understood. I wanted to ask, and I got a text message, Mr. Sylvester, while I was here waiting, and I wanted to get you to weigh in on this. And the question really surrounded the project in Bavoni to harness gases from the dump to produce energy. And I think the Waste Management Authority was involved and engaged in that project. And they're saying that millions of dollars were spent and the equipment is out there rusting. Can you speak to that?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Potter. Hello. Yes, unfortunately, the process to harness the gas, there was a gas building that was built. A system was installed in the landfill, but because the landfill itself is unlined, they were not successful. They were not able to harness an appropriate amount of methane from the landfill. So the project, from what I understood, may have operated for about a month and then it just went bust. So.
You know how much money was invested in that project? How much money the WMA invested in that project?
I don't know. That's something that took place when I think May Cornwall was the executive director, but it's millions.
Okay. I wanted to ask each of the executives here today, and I know the issue of funding and the appropriate funding and who's responsible for the budget. What funding ultimately that each agency receives during the budget cycle. Based on, first of all, what did you receive from this body with regards to your FY24 budget? What did you request? And ultimately, what did you actually need to adequately put your institution on a success trajectory? What do you actually receive? What was requested initially? And what is the number that you believe you would require to adequately put your organization on a success trajectory? And maybe we can start with the Waste Management Authority, then Schneider, and then WAPA, and then Wang Louis Hospital.
Darrell Griffith, CFO, Waste Management Authority. We received $41.5 million.
41.5.
And we need 52.1 million to successfully run.
Thank you, Schneider. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your generosity and your leniency.
That's okay. Senator Pata always graciously waits his turn. So we're good with that. And I think that his questions were very important. So, but all of us, but let's just go back to this Agreco conversation. So, Mr. Smith, oh, there's a question? Put on the mic. Okay, Wang Louis, go ahead.
Sure.
I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead, respond.
So for Schneider Regional, to adhere to our budget ceiling, what's requested is the 31.5 million for us to truly be at least covering the uncompensated care and the Medicaid match, a minimum of 35, but really to recognize all the work that we do and the investment that's needed, a minimum of 40 million would allow us to best serve the community.
There's another response?
Good afternoon, Senator. This is Doug Cook from JFL. Very much the same. Our requested allotment is $30.2 million, and our uncompensated care number for this last year was $40 million. So it would put us in a much better position if our uncompensated care was adequately funded.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Senator Potter. So I didn't ask you the question, but do you roll in your outstanding debt, your payables or receivables rather? Do you include your receivables in that uncompensated care number? Mr. Cook.
I'm sorry, Senator, could you please repeat the question?
Certainly. Do you include in your uncompensated number your receivables?
No, we do not.
You do not. So it's
both Schneider Regional Medical and JFL compute our uncompensated care number using the exact same formula.
okay. Good. Just making sure. But let me just make sure I put it on the record. I think we said it yesterday, but it's important that we say it again today. So since I know that in 2021, 2022, 23, and 24, over those 3 fiscal years, the legislature has appropriated $10 million more between 2 hospitals that has been that more than what was submitted by the recommended budget sent down to the legislature by the executive branch. I think that's important for us to make sure that we put that on the record, because we learned or heard that the legislature continues to underfund the hospitals. And of course, we know that our RUM cover over dollars are still up in the air. So a lot of the obligations that we've had against the room cover over, i.e. our tuition payments for our students graduating here in the Virgin Islands, we've had to move that obligation onto the general fund. We've had to move the obligation of the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund onto the general fund as an obligation. So these are things that are hitting our general fund that we really need to get, we need to find a balance for them. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have the discussion that we're having. And, there was a question yesterday that was asked about, what is the legislature doing about new revenues? And I gave it some thought. And, I know that many of my colleagues have new revenue generating ideas. The challenge that we have is what we're discussing today. We could attract new businesses here, but there are things that businesses want to know. They want to know when they bring their families that we have the right infrastructure. And in infrastructure, in WAPA, our utility expenses and our reliable utility is included. They want to know that we have reliable hospitals and care for their families, and they want to know that we have good schools. So these are the things that, as we talk about revenue generating ideas, we have to shore up the things that I just shared. And then, it'll be easy, because it's one thing to move legislation for new revenue generating ideas, attracting new businesses, et cetera, to the territory. But the question is, how do we keep them? How do we keep them? And that's a question that we have to beg ourselves. And we know that our recovery has taken us much more than it's a lot of dollars, but we know that it's going to take us a lot more time to get past. So, there's a lot of give and take, and again, that's why it's so critical and important for us to collaborate on how do we, address the issues collectively and see how one can support the next so we could make the dream work. Okay, the chair time has expired, and because they know me, so let me move on to Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
So, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to all the testifiers and the listening audience. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. We've been talking about the accounts receivable side here of WAPA. Mainly, it's 20-something million, a little bit less than 24 million. I want to switch the conversation to the accounts payable side, because, we got Carnival horse race coming up, Governor's Cup. Well, I gonna bet on WAPA in this race. I've read the December 19, 2019 report of the consultant, Georgetown Consulting, and also the September 24, 2023 report. And I'm going to tell you why I'm going to bet on WAPA here. You see, the problem here that I see with WAPA is you've been given a bad hand. You've been dealt a bad hand, a losing hand. But what I see from the administration of WAPA is a very professional staff. And I'm going to tell you the good points here. You see, and Andrew Smith helped me out here, right? I am going to go out on the line and I'm going to say WAPA needs a cash infusion of $330 million. WAPA needs a cash infusion of $330 million. And you know what? When you look at it, right, the government has given them the $96 million in ARPA fund, the $45 million legislature appropriated. They got the $15 million in the CARES Act thing, $156 million. That's all recently. WAPA also collects $21 million a month, so they're generating $252 million a year. So it's not a bad investment. However, we have to be able to convince the bond market that they have their finances in order. and meet the other criterion. So, Mr. Smith, fill me in here. So we need $7 million for the 7 Cs. We need Watsilla, somewhere between 15 to 20 million. The Greco, we need $50 million because, those generation units in St. Croix, they need to be replaced. We need to bring them modernized. It's about $50 million. Vital is $100 million. Trigura, T-R-A-F-I-G-U-R-A, is about 20 million. Glencore is about 12. That's 209 million. Plus, you got the debt, the bank financing, that's about $46 million. Plus the bond that's maturing in 2026, that's 285 million. Plus you add contingencies, $330 million. That is what WAPA needs. Because, look at it the other way, right? Businesses are failing because of the high cost of utility. What does that cost the community? That's costing the community more than $330 million. We received testimony here today that WAPA's true cost is 55 cents per kilowatt hour, but they're only billing 41 cents. The VI government just gave you $156 million. So if you was to able to get your credit in line, this is like a creditor got a bunch of credit card and all of them max out, and they got the highest interest rate, 29%. The government needs to be able to fix WAPA. No, I'm not ignoring the hospitals. I chair the Hospitals Health Human Services Committee. And Saturday, I've met with Tina and we had a long discussion. Doug, we just had a hearing with you. I fully agree with your positions and I agree with the $40 million. Your budget should be increased. But let's get back to WAPA. So we need to provide this $330 million to WAPA and it will then free up more access to the federal dollars. So, Mr. Smith, this is your time. Tell the government why, the legislature, why $330 million infusion will fix WAPA's immediate ills, and you will be able to maintain the rates and now be able to provide reliable service. And then also you got to look at that AMI automated metering system too. That is bad customer service. So Mr. Smith, tell me if that's a good number or if the number is too high or too low. Mr. Stephen Smith.
Thank you for all of that, Senator Fonseca. Good afternoon. That number, I think, is actually too high. I don't think it's that expensive to fix WAPA. When we think about sort of building up the cost, to your point, VTOL's $100 million residual payment. That grant funding is in the final stages and hopefully will be received here, in the near term, whatever near term means at this point. When we step back from that, we have some other vendors that we owe money to. We obviously need to address that. But then the really core investment in WAPA, you mentioned, about $40 million for generation on St. Croix. Certainly that, changes our cost structure materially. Some amount of funding to get the Workville project finished.
1 minute.
We would like to put some additional battery storage on St. Croix as a start. We're working on costing that out now. The AMI project, that's currently in FEMA review to be grant funded. We need some investment in maintenance desperately. We've estimated that number at around $20 to $25 million because our assets have been under maintained. So when you start adding all of those things up, if you include the
30
generators
seconds.
for St. Croix, the maintenance, and then the VTOL, we're more in the $200 million range. Plus or minus as these things firm up. And then a lot of that depends on how grant funding materializes around these events. So I guess what I'd summarize your question is WAPA is eminently fixable. It's not fixable for free. We can debate what the cost is, but your encapsulation of that is spot on.
Okay, see, so that's about $209 million. I was throwing in that, Madam Chair, can I be finished? See, I was throwing in that $30 million that you needed for that 2026 bonds because right now you made a statement that you're maxed out. Your credit is maxed out. That $50 million is maxed out. And the key thing here, right, is that we all have to work together because we agree that this WAPA agency, must be able to sometime operate efficiently. That deferred fuel cost thing that you have where you're paying that additional transportation, which on the books is right now about $46 million, could go up to $70 million. There's a lot of other things that can happen. So that's why I'd give you that extra. But okay, we can go with the $209 million. But we need to have WAPA where WAPA now gets the costs in line. In other words, your credit score is about a 400. We need to get you up to a 600 so that the investors, the bond market, can have confidence in WAPA. And I know that you and your staff can do the job, and you have the revenue collection. You collect $252 million a year. So it's not a big deal. And so thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I can leave that one alone. Senator James, Maurice James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
I want to first start by saying I was sitting here looking at the testimonies provided by the different entities, and a very simple analogy came in my mind, which is, if you're a little child with a lemonade stand and you're selling lemonade, if it costs 20 cents for the water and the lemons, but you're selling a cup of lemonade for 10 cents, right? You're obviously losing, and that's what's happening with WAPA. But in the case of the hospitals, they're actually giving away the lemonade because the buyers can't pay. And we're overlooking the fact that in the case of WAPA, people do pay their bills, and everyone has to pay their bills. But in the case of the hospitals, people can't afford to pay their bills. And so we have a lot of people, and let me just go further and say, in the case of the Waste Management Authority, we all agree, or it seems politically expedient right now to say that we can't charge our residents garbage collection fees. And part of that is because the majority of people in the Virgin Islands are paying more than they're making. And we seem to not want to admit, as one of my staff members said, we're all broke at different levels. And you look at the different agencies, and every time they say they're underfunded, it seems as if we are not comprehending what underfunded means. It means you just don't have the money to pay your bills. And even when it comes to the single payer fund that was created clearly to make sure that people, or I should say agencies and departments, pay their bills. As we know, if you have an automatic deduction from your bank account, but it leaves only $10 for food, you really can't afford to have that deduction taken out. But in the case of the hospitals, and I'm advocating for the hospitals today, because when you take that $250,000, which I understand, it means that there are people who, and I'm sure the hospitals can say, they probably don't want to say, but there are times when they just don't have the supplies. And I think they both admitted that. The medications, the drugs. So even though we're lauding it maybe by some that it's a good system, we're ignoring the fact that when you take the money out, there is little or what the entity needs to adequately provide services for our people. So we need to be honest today and say we are all broke. When you look at the fact that there's some agencies that can't even pay their $4,000, whatever it is, or they haven't paid in 29 months, 26 months, that tells me there's something wrong with the entire system. It's broken. I want to go to CEO Smith and ask you this question. The application for the grant funding, I read your paragraph, and it says that it's been with HUD since June 2023, but then it continues to say that you're working with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority on completing the process for grant funding. That sounds contradictory. Is the application at HUD, meaning that we, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and WAPA is waiting for HUD to take action? And I say that because April last year, we were told there's this drop dead deadline that the $45 million has to be paid to Vital. And here we are, actually more than a year later, and the grant funding has still not happened. Can you just provide a little clarity if you know? And why is it taking so long for HUD to, I guess, review and grant the funding?
So you're correct. The grant application was originally submitted to HUD in June of 2023. There's a process where HUD asks questions, VIHA responds, through materials we provide them. That process, has just been ongoing. As to why it's taken this long, I don't have an answer. It's the process of getting the grant administration executed. WAPA, we respond to information requests, promptly within 24 to 48 hours. As we've gotten them. Those information requests have dwindled over the last, however many months. In terms of the $45 million, the time sensitivity of the $45 million, so the acquisition agreement that was struck with VTOL was a total purchase price of $145 million, but was broken down into a $45 million initial payment with the balance due of $100 million.
Okay, Mr. Smith, I know, I understand the mechanics behind what happened. Let me ask you this, though. I want to say, first of all, I want to congratulate the Energy Office because they received the $62.5 million, which will develop solar programs for low-income and disadvantaged households. And I wanted to find out from you, how is that going to interface with and maybe help our community, because we're talking now again about low-income households. There are people with solar panels, and as my colleague said earlier, a lot of the big shopping centers are covered with solar panels. How is this going to affect WAPA and those who don't or can't afford to get the solar panels right now?
Time.
So Director Fleming at the Energy Office, congratulations to them on that successful grant. Works very closely with us on how that can be best administered. To achieve exactly what you're describing is how do we get to the members of the community that benefit the most from it and get it installed in the right places, while at the same time doing it in a way that ideally does not further shrink the customer base of the utility, because then that leaves behind a cost structure that fewer and fewer people have to pay for. So the ultimate structure is to be determined, but I can assure you that we have had extensive conversations about how to do exactly what I described.
Yeah, I was wondering how that's going to work out in the long run to serve WAPA, and then of course provide solar panels to people who can really use them. I want to ask the CEO Commission. I know it was mentioned early, and first of all, I do like the fact that you demonstrated that even that 31.5 million or whatever it is, or in the case of Wang Louie, the I think $30 million really goes for uncompensated care. Ultimately, we are providing money for the people in our community who cannot afford to pay for medical care. But with regard to DOH occupying a little bit of your property, let's put it that way, Has there ever been any conversation surrounding that? Because every little bit helps. 21,900 can probably buy some gauzes and linen and other things that you can use. So we got to milk every cent we could get for the hospital. So has there been conversation with DOH?
Tina Comisión for SRMC. Yes, there has been conversation with DOH, and we've had conversations at the board finance level as well as to the contribution for DOH's overhead for the space that they occupy. And thank you for the question, Senator James.
You're welcome. Was my time called?
Yes.
Yes, Senator James.
Okay, I apologize, Madam Chair. I
It's
wasn't.
okay. You can wrap
I
up.
wasn't cognizant of that.
You can wrap up.
Yeah, okay, I wanted to ask, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask JFL, let me ask you this. With regard to the closure not closure, but some of the group provider offices on the island of St. Croix have curtailed their services, let's put that, because I'm MAP shortages. How is that affecting you on St. Croix?
Thank you, Senator James. This is Doug Cook, CEO for JFL. Yes, we are aware that private providers have either restricted or closed some of their services. And ultimately, I think that has a big impact on the Medicaid population or those that can't pay. And we've seen an increase of that business coming through our emergency room.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Let's just go back to the conversation with regards to the Department of Health and the space that they use at the Roy Snyder Hospital. Have you? I know that the senator asked about the use of the space. You said you've taken it to the board, etc. Have you come up with a common area amount that y'all could agree on? Or is there any discussions or any agreement that's moving forward?
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory, Tina Comisión for Schneider Regional. It's my hope that in the next budget cycle, or even sooner, we will start to receive contribution from DOH for the overhead that they use. Because they're not separately metered, what we use is a space allocation for their overhead. They occupy about 6% of the space, so assessing our bill just for the RLSH facility, excluding Myrick Heating, is how we came up with the annual assessment for them of $262,880.
$262,888.
Which is almost a full month of our WAPA bill, a significant portion of 1 month of WAPA bill.
Okay, so and you calculated that based on your square footage, et cetera, correct?
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory.
But again, you made mention that you're hoping that it's done in a budget cycle, but what's the agreement? Have you all come to a agreement on, what the Department of Health is in for?
We do not yet have agreement from the Department of Health as to contributing to the overhead. It's been discussed and acknowledged, but we don't have a firm commitment of payment towards the overhead at this time.
Okay, so again, we have to look at all of the agencies that, has some liability with the hospitals, and make the necessary adjustments, because I have to agree with my colleague about the importance of us taking care of our hospitals. I mean, it's important to take care of WAPA, et cetera, but we have to make sure that because any day, any of us could end up in a hospital. So we want to make sure that, in as much as we can do, we in fact do it. And those amounts are not associated with the uncompensated care,
Yes.
correct?
Correct. There's
That's why
no
I keep
billing
asking the
for that.
question.
Correct.
Exactly.
Senator Fred Gregory, there's no billing that would cover that.
All right. Senator Francis Helger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. One of my colleagues earlier said that he had a word of the day, which was amount. My word of the day is black hole. Because unlike my other colleague over there that's betting on WAPA, I think it's a very deep black hole we keep throwing money into, and we're not getting the type of results that the people of the Virgin Islands deserve. My biggest issue and concern, and I was very educated here today, and I would like to be one of those to thank the CFO of WAPA for sharing this information with us, because we did not know quite a bit of things if we didn't have this meeting today. Because what is happening in our community, it's starting to seem like it's a power struggle. And it's coming across as if though the legislature is not doing their job or their due diligence to make sure that agencies are either funded, WAPA is getting necessary support. And unfortunately, what I'm seeing here today is a lot of information that should have been provided to us a long time ago, so that we as a body who is responsible for controlling the purse strings of this territory should have been more informed so we could have made better decisions. But unfortunately, what is happening, it's turning into a blame game. And this blame game is not getting to the bottom line of what the people of this territory really cares about. And that is to have lower electrical rates. That is what they care about. That's what I care about. But the key is, how do we get there? And I believe that what has been happening to WAPA over the years, I do agree with my colleague that speaks to some kind of collusion. I do feel that the reason and what was done for this state of emergency was not a very good one. And the reason why I say that is I am 100% in support of getting the information and data to get WAPA what it needs. I'm in support of us getting that information to us so we could make those decisions as well. What I am not in support of is having a rogue executive branch feeling that they need to utilize these types of tactics in order to control the purse strings of the territory. That is a major problem for me. And what I would like to know specifically, when it comes to some of the entities that have not been paying their bills. For example, I look here at the Housing Authority. I wanted to get a little bit of information as to how that works. I see there 512 accounts under that particular agency. Is that a situation where WAPA has the ability to disconnect, or the agency just pays them directly? And how does the agency, if you are aware of how that works, do they monitor that? Because they are one of the larger individuals that owe you money, some over $3 million. How does that work?
So the way that works is the individual accounts are different facilities. For example, in the Housing Authority, some are administrative offices, some are actual, community housing, among other areas, and that's true of a lot of the agencies that we provide service to. They have administrative offices, they have operational offices, and that sort of thing. And so each of those is an individual metered account, but it can be for various, different ultimate end users within a given agency.
So my quick question, do you guys have direct control if somebody doesn't pay, or an agency, do you have direct control whether you can shut them off or not, or you just leave the account open accumulating?
Right. So it depends. In terms of physically being able to disconnect a customer, the answer is yes. In some instances, it's easier than others, but any customer can be done. For example, in Housing Authority, CFO Kelly mentioned we had issued a disconnect notice. One of the comments I made in my prepared remarks, my testimony, was that none of our disconnection strategy was at all related to services that would impact the community. So, for example, we never considered and never would consider disconnecting a community housing facility
Okay.
or the hospital, for example. That's just not, we wouldn't do that. Administrative offices, that's a different conversation. But in terms of like individual housing, as it relates to the housing authority, that was never under consideration.
Okay. I want to ask the hospital something. With the Department of Health occupying 6% of your space, do they pay rent for that space?
Tina Cummins-Young for SRMC. No. Senator Francis Heiliger,
So
they pay no
outside
rent.
of not paying the WAPA bill, they're also not paying you rent for occupying 6% of your space. Okay.
That's accurate, Senator.
Have you guys had a conversation about them potentially moving out or going to another location? Because the reason why I'm asking that is because I've had several conversations with I've had several conversations with individuals of the hospital. And one of the things they keep sharing is that the potential for revenue growth could potentially grow if you are allowed to utilize that space and potentially expand the services that a hospital actually provides. Do you guys have those conversations? Because if health were able to move out, you could possibly grow and make
30
more money
seconds.
to help mitigate some of these unfunded issues that you have.
Sure, Senator Francis Heiliger. I mean, we have a very good relationship with the Department of Health, and we understand how important they are to the community as well. So we do try to work with them in partnership as much as we can. Internally, as we look at revenue opportunities, growth opportunities, it is a space that we have considered. We have actually had outside entities approach us willing to rent that space. So we are foregoing revenue opportunities to continue to partner with them and serve the community. A contribution for rent would greatly assist, and so hopefully that's something that we can discuss with them as well.
So that's something we definitely need to tap into so that they could help pay the cost that is not being funded at the hospital. Okay. Madam Chair, could I just ask one more question? I wanted to ask a question to the CEO, Mr. Smith, about this line of credit that potentially might default in a couple of days. What is your normal monthly payment that would have kept you up to date, that you've reached to this level that you might just be in default?
So first off, I want to be very, very clear for the record. There was a statement made earlier that we could default on that bank line in 6 days.
Okay.
We are current on our payments on the bank line. There is no reason to expect that we would be in default in 6 days. We are in advanced negotiations with the bank. And so this concept that we are about to default is not an accurate statement. Very clear for the record, since my tenure here, we have extended those bank lines 7 times. And we continue to extend them, and we expect the same going forward. And so
where does the conversation of default even come in? Because that's the impression many of us got. So we're trying to understand, where would that conversation even come in if you're current?
Right. Well, and that's why I'm clarifying the record.
Okay.
It shouldn't. You asked about our cost of debt service on those lines. It's about $800,000 a month, and we are current with payments on that.
Okay. So you're are you only paying the interest or the principal?
Only the interest on those facilities. There is no principal due in a monthly payment.
Okay, thank you. This is he said in about 6 days. I just want to wrap up quickly. What I have learned today, and this is very simple for me, we have had a situation where the legislature has been burdened in being put out to the public as if though we are not being responsible, we are not doing what is necessary. And unfortunately, just even having the conversation today, we see this as a totally different narrative. We have agencies that are directly under the executive branch that are not supporting these other semi-autonomous agencies by paying their bills in order so they could pay WAPA. And when you have a situation where you just want to not pay your bills and then come to the legislature and say, give me more money, give me more money, give me more money as your way of finding the solution, that is never going to work. So I am hoping that, tomorrow some decisions are going to be made so we could resolve or even assist or do something, because this is not going to work. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, and we are about to wrap up. There was something that was said today with regards to the costs of the transportation for the propane. And I think we heard, or in the testimony, it spoke to, initially it was 38 cents per gallon, and now we're seeing it was increased to 68, and now it's 73. And is there a contract that we had in place? Explain to us, how is it that this is now out of control, and how is that impacting the overall fuel costs? Because while we talk about the rise in fuel, this transportation cost is more than 100%, or right at 101-2% over the original amount. So it's not only what's happening because of what's happening in the Middle East. We have a situation where this is out of control with our provider. So we need to get a clear explanation of what went south here, and if there are any opportunities for us to reel this back in. Because if the transportation cost keeps moving and moving, and there's no control by WAPA, then we're going to be having this conversation every month. So let's hear from, I'm not sure, is a contract? What is it? What has caused this? This is a big issue. This is huge.
So the original contract amount was 38 cents, as you described. Why should we back up? The original contract was 33 cents. Mm-hmm. One of my predecessors, I guess 2 CEOs ago, agreed to an increase of 38 cents in that rate. That was the contractual rate. I believe it went into effect in mid-2019, but don't quote me exactly on the timeline. Okay. That 38 cents was then in place until VTOL suspended fuel service after serving a notice of default for WAPA for non-payment of the capital lease payment. That capital lease payment had been sporadic ever since the inception of the lease back in 2017. And in fact, it was taken out of our rates by the commission. There was a sunset clause in our commission rates that took that about a nickel out of our rates. So when VTOL resumed service, VTOL is now delivering spot cargoes, and that is what has resulted in the increased rate that we are being charged. And the numbers that you outlined are correct. 38 cents went to 68, went to 71 in January of 2024, and starting in the month of May, we'll go to 73 cents.
And you don't have an opportunity to negotiate this downwards?
We are VTOL is our only option as a fuel supplier currently.
And that is because we have been unable to secure the funds for the buyout, correct?
That is correct.
So I have to agree with my colleagues, there's piracy going on here that we have zero control over. So we settle with these folks, and this is what they're sticking to us right now. So while we settled with them for what we believe was a lower rate amount that was based on the value of what they believe the plant was worth, they have figured out how to get all of the money from us with these increases. So I guess I have to ask, so what is it costing us per month for fuel inclusive of this transportation cost?
So inclusive of that transportation cost, our propane cost is approximately $15 to $16 million a month. We also buy diesel on top of that.
So it's 14 to 15 million. Are you buying diesel on top of that? Correct?
Yes, correct. Diesel is typically $2 to $3 billion a month.
So that's like 17 to 18 million dollars in total for that type of product.
For total fuel, correct.
Total fuel. And let's just go back. So when did we start seeing these significant increases? What year?
It significant increases in commodity price or the transportation rate?
In the fuel, the transportation.
So the transportation rate, when the spot services resumed in January of 2023, that's when the rate increased from 38 to 68 cents.
Okay, so
the rate was 68 cents through 2023. January 1st of 2024, it increased to 71 cents. And then the May cargoes that will be delivered in May are at 73 cents.
So what was the fuel costs? What was the total cost before we started to see this significant increase? You said it's about 14, so about 18. So what did we see back in 2020 prior to the 2023 increase?
That change in transportation rate is about $2.5 million a month.
So it only equates to an additional $2.5 million?
That's correct. It's about $2.5 million a month.
$2.5 million. Okay. You know, I'm going to leave that alone. Mr. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, I just wanted to follow up a little bit more on what the Madam Chair was discussing with that deferred fuel costs. Now, the way how I read it, because Vital has in effect declared WAPA in default, they began charging these additional rates for the fuel. Is that correct?
That's correct. They started delivering spot cargoes under the new rate.
Okay, good. So now on your books, you have a deferred fuel cost that you're not billing us for right now. How much is the total deferred fuel costs on the books that you're accumulating? What's that number right now?
It's approximately $90 million.
$90 million. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, point of information. We're about to close.
Thank you. Quickly, when will we be able to see the buyout agreement?
Attorney Sinclair?
If you have one, I'll give it to you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for your question. The full agreement will be available once the matter is closed and settled. So at this point, as we mentioned before, it's another round of negotiations. It is a ongoing negotiated document.
Thank you. We're not going to see it. Just give you the money, and we're not going to see it.
Not what I said.
Are we still paying for the barge sitting out in the harbor, or is it still sitting out there? And how much are we paying? How much were we paying for that?
I'm not sure
don't ask
what
what
barge you're referring to.
The barge that had the fuel out there that we had for several months. It may not still be there, but what were we paying?
We've not had any fuel shipments sitting offshore for more than 2 or 3 days. Demurrage on those ships is typically about $20,000 a day.
$20,000 a day?
That's correct. And we've probably paid 6 days of demurrage in the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 months, something like that.
It was 20,000 a day, but how many months did we pay for that?
So we've only incurred, and we can give you the exact number of days, and CO O'Brien may be able to expand on this. We've probably paid 6 days of demurrage over the last 3 months, something like that. There's never been a cargo or barge of fuel sitting offshore for more than a day or two
Senator,
at any given time.
Are you possibly referring to the very large gas carrier that used to sit out on the mooring? Because the initial design of the VTOL infrastructure had a mooring that is offshore that would bring a very large gas carrier. It would anchor to that mooring or secure to that mooring, and then 2 shuttle shipments would come, one for St. Thomas, one for St. Croix.
I understand that. I understand all of that.
That's no longer in place.
Okay, it's no longer in place, but that's what I said. What were we paying, or what are we paying if it was still there? So it's no longer there.
It's
so
no
I
longer
wanted to
there.
know what were we paying, and he just stated 20,000
I'm not
a
sure.
day.
It was built into the initial contract for VTOL.
Okay, thank you. That's the problem that I have. He just stated $20,000 a day. That's what I wanted.
No, what he's referring to is when we bring a vessel in, if the dock is not prepared to receive that vessel, or if payment is not received, the vessel will wait offshore until it is available to land. Demurrage is incurred that starts from the time the window closes of when that vessel was supposed to land, and it's not available for us to bring that vessel in to discharge into the terminals. That's when you start to incur excess fees for demurrage. That's part of any waterborne transportation. Tropical has it. Everyone that does business on the water has it. So that's just built into the cost of bringing the cargo in. Barinkin has it, VTOL has it, all of them have it.
All right, thank you. At some point, I hope to see that buyout agreement. We need to get VTOL out of our behind. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I know that the folks from Waste Management has to leave to catch a flight. But I just want to ask Mr. Sylvester, because I was sitting here, many of us are too young to remember, and I think it's important for younger Virgin Islands to be aware of this. What was the year when Southern Energy was trying to come into the Virgin Islands to serve as our energy provider?
Well, I do remember that Governor Charles Turnbull was the governor at that point. So it was around 1999 or 2000.
But I asked you for a reason, because I thought that you were somehow involved with...
No, I wasn't.
Which one you were involved with? I just felt like, I can't remember. There was something that you were championing at that time. But anyway, it just causes me to pause and wonder where would we have been if, we did not push back so hard on that deal, because we're feeling the effects today. I mean, we don't have a crystal ball, so we don't know. But, a lot of times we, push back on things, and then we don't have a plan, and hence the reason why we're where we are. But there's a point of information by, it was 2000, Senator Gittins says. So Senator Francis Jr.
You want to. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. CEO, just real quickly, I wanted to ask you, is there any austerity measures undertaken by the executive staff of WAPA as you grapple with these financial woes? Is there anything that you're doing differently, again, to address your financial situation?
Yes, thank you for the question. Absolutely. We scrutinize every dollar that we spend. We a couple years ago, we bought Unit 27 from GE, for example. That got us out of a $700,000 a month lease. We renegotiated with bondholders. We freed approximately $6 million of cash for that. We're switching to a fuel card service for our vehicles on the road. We're now going under the government of the Virgin Islands negotiated rate with Total Gas, so that we get a better rate. And that's saving us money. We have electric vehicles we've been securing through grant fund. We limit travel. We limit all sorts of things around that. And I guess I'd like to editorialize for just a minute, if I can, Senator, is that one of the things that's been very unfortunate for the WAPA men and women with the state the authority has gotten into is that our team acutely feels the quality of life issues that the exact things that you're talking about mean. We don't have all the basic tools and necessities that the employees need. We prioritize safety. We're doing what's called dielectric testing right now to ensure that our rubber goods are safe. Linemen can hold thousands of volts in their hand with those gloves. But things like new uniforms, things like new facilities, all of those suffer because all of our money goes to fuel and it goes to payroll and things like potable water and that sort of thing. So we trim every dollar we can. I guess the really critical message too is that the major expenses that we talked about are not terribly controllable in the short run. The cost of fuel, our payroll, obviously, that has an impact on people's lives and livelihood. And then things like drinking water, lease generation, all of those things are critical for us to operate.
Thank you for your response. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To all the testifiers who are here, Waste Management, Snyder Hospital, JFL, and WAPA, first of all, thank you for showing up. And at the end of the day, my colleagues brought up some great points today regarding WAPA. But CEO Smith, at the end of the day, it still says effective April 22nd, 2024, we're in a state of emergency because of WAPA's inability to provide continuous power generation. And such state of emergency shall continue in effect until a governor finds that the threat or danger has passed or that the response and recovery to the point that the state of emergency no longer exists. CEO Smith, does that state of emergency still exist? Power is back on, restored to the territory, money has been paid, or is the governor saying and WAPA is incompetent? You have to answer this for me because we went through all of this, but we're still in a state of emergency where the governor felt on his own that it was necessary to do so. I need you to clear this up for me, please.
I would sit here today and tell you that the ability of the authority to provide uninterrupted electrical service is potentially very much at risk. We have to pay for fuel. We had instances over the last few weeks where we had to delay deliveries by a couple of days because we didn't have the cash to pay for them. Managing our cash flows day to day to be able to pay, our critical services that we have to pay for. So I still see the utilities operation at a very heightened state of risk today.
And in closing, does the governor now send a state of emergency, take over WAPA, and control the run-ins of WAPA now, your budget and different things? Is that being done also?
It is not. WAPA is an autonomous agency. We have a board of directors who's ultimately responsible for approving contracts and that sort of thing. And so we are an autonomous agency and continue to operate as so.
That's exactly my point as to what it is being done. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's so much to contemplate about all of this, and I think as we listen to the conversations that we're having today, the decision was to buy out Vital, But I think all of us could agree today that that was not the best decision for the Virgin Islands at this point. I know that when Mrs. Smith came here initially, there were other types of discussions. I'm not sure when we changed or turned the corner on what we were intending to do, but I know that Puerto Rico benefited from us not dealing with Vital, how he initially talked about when he came to the territory. I can't remember the name of the company that did some of the buyouts in Puerto Rico. Pardon?
Luma.
Luma? Yes, so, I miss opportunity. Missed opportunities. I don't have all the details on it, but it appears as if we've had some missed opportunities, and this is why Vital is now, again, sticking it to us in the Virgin Islands. Senator Carrion, you had a point of information. Isn't it the name of it, Fortress Energy? What's the name of it?
Luma.
New Fortress.
New.
What is the name of it? The company?
The fuel supplier is New Fortress Energy, and they provide liquefied natural gas.
Yeah, Luma is the company that came in to assist the utility after.
In the mic.
I'm sorry, Luma is the company in Puerto Rico that came in to assist with the utility during the privatization.
All right, so missed opportunity. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your
Thank you.
point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the question to CEO Andrew Smith, you alluded to make the comparison of an old car and needing parts when you referred to the condition of WAPA and their generation units. My question to you is, because having an old car, you constantly change a part, and then you change a part, and you change a part. But then it comes to a moment where you decide you got to change the whole car instead of putting patches and bandages. Are we to the state that instead of pushing all this money in, should we just have a new generation plan for either of the territories?
Yes, I would 100% agree that the best investment is new generation, with some residual investment in our legacy generation. But we're to the point where most of our assets are still old; they need to be replaced.
So, is it worth it what we're doing to continue to infuse funds in an obsolete old plant, or should we just create a new, energy efficient, modernized, state-of-the-art plant for our territory?
And that's part of the strategy we've outlined. As I've discussed here today, funding is the critical element. If we can access funds to pay for that new generation, we can have the transformation that we're talking about. Until then, our only choice is duct tape, baling wire, extension cords, and spit and bubble gum to hold it all together.
Well, so the billions of dollars that we're getting from the federal government, none of it included an opportunity for us to move in the direction that's being suggested by my colleague that just spoke.
No, some does. One of the things I referenced earlier, and I think COO Brian spoke to, for example, there's what's called e-grid money, which is available from HUD. That was monies that we sought to pursue for new generation on St. Croix, and as I mentioned, got kind of set aside to pursue other grant funds for VTOL. FEMA has prudent replacement money to also replace generation. So we're very actively looking at all of those. The question is time and being able to access those monies so that we can go out and acquire the generation. We do have the potential to get value from those.
And you said it requires an application? That's what you said? Just want to be clear.
That's correct. So, for example, for the e-grid funds, the first thing that has to happen is Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has to create the policies and procedures under which it would administer the e-grid grant funds. The development of those policies and procedures is underway. at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, as I understand it. Those then get submitted to HUD. HUD then reviews those policies and procedures and then determines, yes, they're acceptable, they need changes, whatever HUD may feedback on that situation. Once those policies and procedures are in place, then WAPA could then proceed to submit a grant application for funding for investment under the eGrid allocation of grant funds. Until those policies and procedures are in place, we can't make a grant application under that program.
Wow. Okay, so I'm going to come to you right now, Senator Francis Heidegger, for your point. So in your testimony, it's not, the pages are not numbered, but when you were concluding, you spoke about you have 3 bullets that spoke to cost-saving initiatives, and you said, but funding needs to be secured. Specifically, what do you mean when you say funding needs to be secured? Are they applications that's sitting and waiting for obligation? What does this mean? It's 3 of them. It's a conversion of Unit 27 on St. Thomas to propane. The equipment has been identified and available. Funding needs to be secured. Replacement of inefficient generation on St. Croix with modern efficient generation has been identified, but funding needs to be secured. And then the third one up was replacement of rented Agreco units with owned generation. Generation has been identified, but funding needs to be secured. So what's going on there?
I'll take those in reverse order, and then I'll talk about 2 concepts around funding that. The leased generation from Agreco that we'd want to buy generation and replace it with, as well as the efficient generation on St. Croix, 2 new generators to replace those 2 units. We had started to pursue HUD CDBG grant funds for that. That was when the VTOL acquisition came about. And as I mentioned earlier, HFA felt like it didn't have the bandwidth to continue to pursue the CDBG grant funds for the generators, and at the same time pursue CDBG MIT funds for the VTOL acquisition. So that grant application process was put on hold. Those funds are still eligible and available, but we'd have to go through the grant process, and the VTOL process remains underway. The other potential source of funds for those new generators on St. Croix would be what I call the eGrid, or described as the eGrid money. That eGrid grant money is also HUD money. As I mentioned, the policies and procedures have to be put in place for those funds to even be available for us to apply for. There's also a FEMA prudent replacement grant for generation. We are in the application process for that. That would basically replace any generation that was damaged in the storms on either island, quite frankly. That's not just the St. Croix initiative. The conversion of propane of Unit 27, I am not aware of any grant funding that would do that. That would have to be organic WAPA funding. The other potential source of funding that most companies or utilities would consider would be a debt financing. Let's just talk about the Agreco situation for an example. We pay about $800,000 a month to lease the Agreco units. If we went out and borrowed $20 million, we assumed we borrowed it over, I believe it was 7 years, at a 7% interest rate. The cost of that debt would be about $155,000 a month. So we would save approximately $650,000 a month by doing that. The problem with that strategy is that with the financial condition that WAPA is in, and I believe Senator Fonseca alluded to this earlier, we do not have the ability to raise additional debt monies. So today, our only available source of funding is grant money from the federal government or other entities that would grant WAPA money. And so the strategies are there, the assets are identified, it's paying for them that's the critical point.
So based on what you've shared to us, you have these initiatives, but 2 of them you have to go through Housing Finance Authority Those applications haven't been let for a number of reasons, and the other one requires funding to be secured that is not necessarily available via grant funding. So all of what you've said briefs well. However, it briefs well, but these things are not going to move because of all that you've said, all that you've shared when I asked the question. So I'm not leaving this conversation feeling like we are actually moving forward. I may have missed something, but we remain challenged with what's truly happening at the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I have my colleague, Senator Francis Head. I'm going to allow her to ask her point of information. But, I'm not walking away feeling like, you talked about additional savings initiatives, and we've been talking about the fact that we should see the costs going down with certain equipment coming online. But what you've shared here says that that's not quite the case. I hope that I'm wrong, because I just pray that I'm wrong on this, but I'm not seeing here. And, it's challenging. I'm not walking away feeling good about this last piece that I asked you about. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Point of information to CEO Smith. As it relates to the $145 million, does WAPA have a contingency plan in the event that the grant is not awarded, some or part of it? And what possibilities are open for repaying the $45 million to the people of the territory if the grant is not successful? Also, in the event of the $10 million that you guys are currently negotiating, is there any possibility of potentially applying for grant funding to assist with that $10 million, which you guys are still negotiating? But if that is not going to happen, who would absorb that cost? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So to try to answer your questions in order, one is I'll sort of dovetail on Senator Fred Gregory's comment about the outlook of improvement at WAPA. It's a very fair statement that the visibility to funding for new generation on St. Croix is not clear. That's part of the message I wanted to deliver today. The closing of the VTOL acquisition and hopefully the completion of the Wartsilla project in relatively near term make a material change in the authority's current operating costs. Those two initiatives are each about $2.5 million in savings for the authority. VTOL is about $2.5 million. The Wartsilla project's about $2.5 million. So $5 million. It's big numbers. In terms of alternate funding for VTOL, WAPA, as I mentioned earlier, we do not have access to the debt market. That's one way we could pay for that, is try to raise outside debt and pay for that. We could certainly try. I think the capital market's appetite for that is limited to none. It could go into rates, but rates are already too high. So I don't see that as a viable option. And so that doesn't leave a lot of resources left to go out and address that obligation. And that's just where we are. I wish I had a different answer to that. I wish I had lots of options that I could go pursue. As I sit here today, I don't. But on the flip side of that, that initiative as well as the Wartsilla initiative are two critical initiatives for us to go forward. I think your last question was around sources of grant funding for the delay orders from Wartsilla. As we understand it, certainly from HUD, delay change orders are not reimbursable. I do not know if there are other grant programs that would potentially cover that, but based on that they wouldn't be covered under the HUD grant, I would assume that they would not be covered under any other grants.
That's a mouthful. Did you get the information with regards to the fuel, the debt that's attached to the fuel tax?
I did. It's in my inbox, I believe. I'll have to go. I want to review it before I send it, but I will certainly have that to you in short order.
Yeah, that's important information for us. Again, there's just so much that we've heard here today, and I'm happy that we were adamant about ensuring that we had this conversation with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and the instrumentalities that have outstanding amounts owed to WAPA. Oh, no, we have to make a motion, correct? Wow. So, there's a lot for us to do tomorrow. So I'm hoping that we're prepared to do it. My colleagues they're done with me for the day. So I go shut my mouth. I see that Senator. Let me just allow the folks to close out. You've been here all day, so we're going to allow you to close. Once we close, you're recognized for your motion, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to subpoena the governors, cabinet members, the OMB director, Commissioner of Finance, and the director of VITIMA regarding the executive order number 5537-2024, state of emergency, regarding the Water and Power Authority's inability to provide continuous power generation. Be ordered to come here at the call and at the time and place set by the chair of this committee. I so move.
Can I object? The motion has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff to call the governments to subpoena the government's OMB and the Commissioner of Finance and the VITIMA director to come before the legislature, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. It has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca. Do I have Senator Samuel Carrion? Do I hear any objections? Objection. Objected to by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Nay. Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, 4 yeas, 1 nay, 2 absent, and a roll call.
Motion carries. All right. I'm going to ask the WAPA to close out today's meeting.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I just want to say thanks for the
30
time
seconds.
For this body. to to understand and get updated on the situation at the Water and Power Authority. I appreciate the thoughtful questions and the engaging conversation. I want to apologize to our customers in the community. The situation that WAPA has gotten into is not a good one, and it's having ramifications on our customers in the community. And we are, working as diligently as we can to rectify that. The last thing I'd like to do is I always want to thank the hardworking men and women of WAPA. I mentioned earlier, the things they do without, because we spend money on fuel and other things. And I really respect their dedication and effort to doing the best job they can with the limited resources that they have. Okay, thank you again for the time, and have a good night.
Thank you, and I'm also going to ask the Mr. Sylvester of the Waste Management Authority to give us a 30-second close.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chairperson, sorry. I'd like to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to appear before you and give testimony on this subject. And I'd also like to thank the administration for making the WAPA payments on behalf of the Waste Management Authority. And I hope everybody enjoy the rest of the day.
CEO of Cook.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, all the senators of the 35th Legislature. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to be here today. We acknowledge and we understand our obligations to WAPA as well as all of our vendors. Our hospital is in a financial crisis. We will continue to make the difficult decisions on which bills we are able to pay so that we can assure we have life-saving supplies and resources every day for our patients. This is not a responsibility that we take lightly, and we appreciate all entities that are working together to improve the quality of life for every member of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Commission.
Good afternoon again, Honorable Chairwoman Senator Fred Gregory, and to all the members of the Senate of the 35th Legislature that are present and participated today. Thank you for giving Schneider Regional an opportunity to testify. I want to thank everyone in the executive and legislative branches that support the hospital and continue to prioritize healthcare for our community. I want to thank all of the hardworking staff members of the Schneider Regional Medical Center, for our leadership team, our revenue cycle team, our clinical teams, and all of our staff. It takes all of us to take care of the patients, and really want to encourage the community to trust us with your care. We provide great patient care, loving patient care. And so thanks to our entire team. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I wish the entire community a safe and happy carnival.
Thank you, CEO Commission. A motion was passed for the members that we invited today who did not attend today's meeting, inclusive of Vitima. What I will say is, as we move forward with our hearing, our Senate session tomorrow, we're going to have to determine whether or not that particular motion still is effective, because there are some decisions that we have to make in tomorrow's session. So that one definitely came out of left field. However, every member of this institution, once they sit on a committee, they have an opportunity to make a motion, and we have an opportunity to vote it up or vote it down. We do have work to do tomorrow in our session, and know that I am prepared to do what is necessary. And the reason why we brought the instrumentalities who owe WAPA today is because we wanted to hear what their challenges are, and we also wanted the community to understand what their challenges are and why these payments are not made, and some of the things that we have to do to hold the executive branch accountable to ensure that those payments are in fact made to the hospitals that are owed by some of the executive branch agencies, as well as holding the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority accountable. There's so much to contemplate, but we're going to do our best to, drill down on this. And I suspect, Mr. President, tomorrow will be a long day. Okay, but we're up for it. We're in for it. We don't have a choice. So we're going to close by wishing everyone a happy carnival. Happy carnival. And I'll wish everyone a happy carnival. And let's see where this goes. But there must be action by the institution of the legislature. Without, we have exhausted all of our discussion. I want to thank the media and all of the central staff, as well as my staff, as well as my colleagues, for engaging the way that we engaged today. And I'm going to close this meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned.